Hello. How's it going, everyone? Yeah, this should be an interesting match. Yeah. Well, they're off to a pretty good start. I'm gonna take a look at Ethiopia first here. Um, it looks like the Italians are pushing in. We had a really quick Italian or Ethiopia campaign last time. So much so that we barely got through our intro and they had already done it. So yeah, we'll see how this goes. If the World of Blaze player, let's see who it is here. Have to pick a different country. Red Army Netherlands or NL. Yeah, so I was surprised because I always thought that the Italian players should grind as much as they can until Spain, but I don't know. The Axis team last time did very well, so maybe that's just ignorance on my part. But I hope everyone's doing well. Hope everyone's hyped for this epic match between two Titan communities. Maybe we should mention our partial biases here in this match. It's not a big deal or anything, but yeah. But me and Wolf Girl are pretty active in the Rambler community, and every now and then I do catch their games, so or I play with them. So, and I'm sure you've played a couple games with the Rambler regiment too, haven't you? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that was the zombies that month or that week or whatever. Yeah. All right, so they're already outside the capital. They could take it if they want it. Probably wanting to grind a little bit more. Okay. But yeah, lots of green bubbles. They've pushed into their locations. I'm not entirely sure what they're grinding, but usually you see Desert Fox being ground in Ethiopia, but maybe he'll get Hill Fighter. He's already got Mountaineer, so that's a good one to get for Ethiopia. Let's see here. So, any predictions for today's game? How do you think it'll go? Yeah. Oh, what was that? Did I heard a train go? Oh, is that a sound alert? That. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, no worries. I was half expecting you to tell me that you had you lived near like a steam train or something. Sounds like a nightmare. Yeah, so I mean, I think these are pretty like I think that we'll have a pretty fair match. It it's not going to be as one-sided as the last game with the old world blues community who never play vanilla. At least World of Blaze is kind of like vanilla plus, right? Like there's it's certainly not set like hundreds of years in the future with completely different everything and yeah. There won't be any zombies. If there are zombies, somebody messed up. It's my understanding that the mod developer Seventh is actually in this game. He's on Mexico. It's not particularly like the most what would you call that? A most try hard player. Probably why he's on Mexico, but Yeah, he made sure that there was no zombies or any memery in this mod. It was one of the requirements from the Community Cup admins, so they they wouldn't allow any memes. Um, this is the if there were memes in this still, there would be a much better picture in Luxembourg, but that's not the case. Um, but it looks like they're about to wrap up. Yeah, so and just in time for the Italian Civil War, which will probably kick off in about a month from now. We'll hop over and take a look at that. Yes, what did I say? Italian. Yes. Well, I mean, the Italians could have a civil war if they choose the wrong path, but I doubt that's going to happen. But yeah, let's see. Yeah, they are just finishing their last focus. Yes. Yes. It's also control click. Well, let's just switch between countries if you're not using that. You're right, right. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. All right. Yeah, this Spanish player does have their troops on the right spot. That's great. Personally, I like to leave the the ships in the Western Med because occasionally you can catch. I was talking about this yesterday about raiding when they had the capital in Barcelona. That's a really good opportunity to mess with the AI supply. But I think they're just keeping most of their stuff on the other side for safety. Maybe they want to keep their ships. But yeah, see how this goes. Spanish player is sitting on quite a bit of PP, but what do you spend on it when you're this early in the game? Yeah. Mm. Yeah, so they are doing suppress the strike. So I I always assumed that Primo, oh, here we go, was the better option. So yeah, yeah, so the Spanish AI does have a little bit more than North. So they will need to grab those VPs. They do just need this one city here in the north, and then that'll technically count for their focus tree. If they don't get these two cities in the north, there is the threat of the Carlist rising up. It's my understanding in this mod that that's actually kind of close. You kind of need to. You don't really have a whole lot of wiggle room. You have to kind of get those two VPs within essentially a month, which is like basically when the volunteers arrive. They have to do that first. If they don't, there are some problems for the Spanish. Yeah, we have the North African army, of course. And we are unpaused already. Okay. So Spain is doing a fallback line this time. They are not pushing for Madrid. And it looks like they've put 5 divisions up on the north, but I don't see them going. Oh, maybe they're just really far away. Yes. Oh, no. Okay, so the Army of Africa is here to catch this, but the Spanish AI was snaking there for a second. Hopefully they can just walk in and grab that city. At least hopefully for the Spanish player. If the... Yeah. Are they convoy raiding? No. No options. So, in theory, the AI could dump more in because they do have a port, but... let's hope they don't. Or let's not have any opinion. Yes. So we already have an... Yeah. We've already have an encirclement of a national Spanish unit. Oh yeah, I think the AI is putting more units in there because that was certainly more. I'm seeing the numbers go up 2, 3. Now this might be a nice little encirclement for the Spanish if they can do this. Okay, yeah. So that is 5 units encircled, and then 4 caught on the port. Three, and so the AI is moving some of them out. But yeah, I think that is a little spot there. And of course, Burgos is the capital for the nationalists, so they will have supply on the other side. Yeah, they just need to get them pinned. And yeah, so the Germans have arrived. Did Italy send? So Italy and Bulgaria should be sending volunteers. So I do see 2 Bulgarians near Zagarosa. And if my eyes are not deceiving me, where are the Italians? Oh, the Italians are in the north helping out. All right. Well, these encirclements will probably work out for the nationalists. They exchanged what looked like 7 divisions for the one that they lost, and considering they usually start out with the same amount of divisions, this is kind of good for them. But we do have the Soviets already pushing for Zaragoza. This is a very important supply hub in the east for the nationalists. They are holding. Yeah. Now, do you think we'll see the French sending volunteers? They have yet to do now. What do we think here? Do we want to? Yeah. Just gonna see. So France does have the option. Yes. So they are going down that focus. They're taking the focus right now. Just hover over. Oh, so host pause the game. Might be something there going on, but we shall see the French probably in about 2 weeks in this. Now, a good thing for the Allied side is even if the French player doesn't want to send units, having them send air is quite helpful for the Soviets because both the German and Italian air will outmatch anything that the Soviets can put in. And then when they lose the airports, it gets kind of dicey. Okay, so one of the Soviet players did disconnect. I think that's what happened there. I think that is the Soviet main, so probably don't want to go on without him. Okay. Well, we got a pretty big roster in these games. I like this. Like to see full games of Hearts of Iron 4. Like 13 on 13. If anyone in chat wants to hit a command allies or axis for the Pydgin channel, you will find out who's playing on what. Maybe there's some names you recognize, maybe don't. Yeah, I don't know how you got. There you go. I don't know how you got them all in one command. It was telling me that I couldn't do more than 500 characters. Yeah. Well, the nationalists do have much better supply this time. Okay, we got a connection. Yeah, let's. I'm just gonna open up the production menu. I was told that that's all I have to do. Hopefully, I'm not giving away too much secrets for the Spanish production line this early. Well, we're just waiting for the teams to join. All right. And if anyone's watching right now, my stream just went live. So I went from the starting screen to the other one. So, yeah. Poor fellas had a 23-minute wait on my part, but you know what can I do when people are late? The games don't start on time. Nothing we could do as casters. Yeah. All right. So it looks like we have a hot joining player. Okay. Sounds good. All right. All right, chat. We're gonna take a quick intermission, and we will be right back. Speak again, please, Wolf.
Hello.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's working now. I did have desktop muted audio, unfortunately, so we had no game audio, I don't think, as well. So sorry, everyone. The teams are just rejoining now, but I am fixing that issue. No, neither one of us can have a smooth stream. Like,
come on, we got this. We're pros.
yeah, of course we're pros. But this is what professional Twitch streaming looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pushing buttons have been like that. Yeah. That's what that button does.
Just so everyone knows.
Yeah. I don't have the Discord audio on right now because they're on the intermission stream.
Okay, so I do have you up just to let you know. But
that's all right.
Yeah. I needed to switch the scene to make sure that everything worked, but I think we'll be fine. Yeah, I think we've already got a fan favorite. Chat is loving the Italian player. World Ablaze is coming out in numbers, cheering.
Oh wow!
Yeah, 2-2 is
Where's the Ramblers at? That's what I
yeah,
want
we
to
need
know.
the Ramblers. Alex the Rambler did pop by in chat, so maybe maybe. Well, I mean, if anything, most of them are playing right now, right? So
I'm sure that there's definitely more of you guys.
Yeah. All right, we're just waiting on a few more players coming. Telling Italy to ready up. Let's name and shame some people who are not ready. Come on, South Africa, what's going on here? Ready up on time. Host needs you to click.
Lucky I'm not showing my camera because I just spilled water.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just give myself another shower of the day. Keeping it classy here, pro streamer.
All right, we are rejoining the game.
Awesome. Just rejoining.
Okay, so yeah, just waiting for them to hit go.
Just checking in with my chat. Make sure you can all hear Pydgin on Discord. Just checking.
Hello. Okay. And
right, wait. Spanish Civil War.
Yes, of course, Spanish Civil War. All right, so it looks like the Italian volunteers are keeping that encirclement busy. A good spot for the grind for these units.
I see a couple of encirclements here and there.
Yeah, so that's what we were counting earlier. I think it was 7. We counted 7 earlier for the nationalists, and they lost 1. So 7 Republican units were encircled from the AI, of course. It's not another player, but yeah. Hopefully chat can hear Wolf now.
Yep.
Yeah, I am seeing the bars move. I should have checked that. That is on me. I just I assumed and made an ass out of myself and myself. But yeah, Italy's got a good opportunity here to get some nice, sweet, juicy grind against these encircled units. Lots of damage will be coming in. While the Germans are just ready to counter some Soviet players. We're expecting France to join here very soon. The Soviets have given up on the idea of Zaragoza and are pushing north of Madrid, it looks like. People are saying Brazil. I'm assuming those are Brazilian fans, but We don't have a
Yeah.
Brazil player this time. Maybe the Italian player is from Brazil.
Oh, 4 divisions from the French.
There they are. I am blind, but I'm sure they're
They
showing up
are
here in a
amongst
second.
The
Chaos, yeah.
Yeah.
I imagine they just landed in Valencia. Yes, that's exactly what happened, and they're moving up
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
I always feel bad for Bulgaria because they can send units, but they're never equipped for
Yeah.
the Spanish Civil War. And it's I don't think there's really any way to do that to get them equipped unless you're just sending like 10 wits with guns or something. Like we're seeing 4 more German units. That'll be after these focuses here, and the Spanish player is doing consolidate the note, but the Condor Legion and this one here, these give more volunteers for both sides, for 3 extra volunteers. And then consolidate the north is the one that you need to do in order to prevent the Carlist uprising. So this one is locked out until you get those 2 northern states, which is what we were talking about earlier. Particularly Bilbao is usually a really bad one because sometimes the Soviet player likes to rush straight up to Bilbao and create a lot of chaos. Yeah, I'm looking here and I'm thinking, is there a chance that the nationalist unit gets out?
There is a chance.
Yeah, I mean, they're
There is a
getting
chance.
cut off now. We've got Soviet units coming in. Are they attacking it? They're not. They're being pinned. But they are reinforcing, and here we go. We actually have some damage coming in from the Soviet player, which is doing its best to take it down. No counterattack or
still got
one
the-
counterattack.
There's still got this encirclement going on.
Yeah, it's gonna. I mean, Spanish Civil War, right? It barely moves. It barely moves.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the air situation. So we got yellow air in the east or in west, and green air in the east. It looks like all the challenging is happening over here, with a little bit of cast damage from the allied side. Not a lot though, because it's being intercepted. But
Yeah.
it looks like we have a bit of a slow grind. This is a good spot though for the nationalists if they can hold their north. They're not taking a lot of damage, so the AI will just sort of get ground down over time. They essentially just have to wait for the anarchists, and boom. Okay. Oh, and where are they preparing the offensives? In... I think that's Madrid. I think Madrid just got finished, yeah. We may see a push from there. Oh, and Japan sends volunteers. So I was talking about this yesterday in the last game. Japan can send volunteers. They typically show up for, like 5 months maybe. But, that's extra units, extra fun.
Oh, definitely.
Extra XP. Oh, there is the national unit destroyed. They could not get them out in time. I think they're just waiting on the Japanese player. When Japan, yeah, here it is. Japan gets in this. Oh,
Yeah.
the tides will turn.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Where are the Japanese units? Oh, they're in the reserves. Can they get into the battle in time? Reinforcing at 2%. They don't have radio just yet. Get in the battle, Japan. Yeah, this is a bit of a grind. They are stopping them in the mountains.
Yeah.
Not doing a whole lot of damage. The French players are trying to push up in this area. Yeah, but that negative 90% state modifier is very brutal. This is a case where the modifier is gone. Where they're attacking here in the western side. So they are actually doing a little bit of damage. We will see some movement around Madrid. Would be my observation.
Yeah. Yeah, I think They will be pushing hard for Madrid.
Yeah, and we see exactly that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and Soviet players are shuffling just a little bit here.
Mm-hmm.
And there are the anarchists. Did the French get caught? No, they did not.
Crush.
Okay, so the Republican AI will shuffle around quite a bit. They also have less to reinforce with. The Republican players not capitalizing on the stuff in the east, probably a little bit too distracted with the west. It looks like the anarchists are trying to push, but unfortunately the AI just does not have the equipment for that. Okay, and was this state taken out? Oh, okay, so Salamanca was also removed from the planning offensive thing, so
Wow.
we may see a bit of an encirclement.
Got a lot going on.
Yeah.
Just gonna switch perspective here.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I think Italy may grab Madrid here. They may snipe it,
Yeah.
or they may get this encirclement here, or they may get kicked out of the tile. Things are
It's very
changing.
interesting. Yeah, rapidly changing.
They had a couple hours in game to pin that unit and then move one in.
Yeah.
They just didn't do it in time.
They may get cut off. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. Pouring too many units into this one tile is not usually the best idea.
Nope.
Probably not going to have the greatest supply in this area. Yeah, 0.03 from the hubs and 6. You just don't have the adjacent tiles to open that supply up. Okay, and we are seeing a bit of a more general push, sort of in the center. Oh, and they got kicked out of that tile. Yep.
Yeah.
They have a lot of units on the east that are kind of not doing a whole lot. If they did a bit of a shuffle or even a push themselves, there is a supply hub that's one tile away.
Yeah.
That is always nice to grab for consolidation, but slow and steady is the name of the game for Spain. It's usually how you win it. You essentially got to wait till they run out of steam. Just slowly take the states one by one as you are doing your offensives.
Yep. Yeah, making a bit of a push there on the eastern side.
Yeah, and there's the encirclement.
Oh, can someone... Oh.
All right, count down the squishes. Oh, no, they're getting out. They're getting out.
Oh.
Can they
It's
hold
two
it?
still-
Yeah, I
oh,
think
one
they're. I think
inside.
the. I mean, if they weren't crossing that river, these Soviets weren't crossing that
Yeah.
river, it would have been a lot quicker.
Yeah.
But oh, I don't know. I don't think the Soviets might have to get it. No, the German volunteers are there. So two encirclements, 2 Soviet encirclements. Count them down. Or two Soviet units encircled.
2, 1.
Let's go.
Let's go. 1.
Squish. Yeah.
Squish.
Squish.
Oh, God. 1 left. Last man's done being
Damn.
squished.
You gotta look at the bigger picture, chat. You gotta look at the bigger picture. There's always more going on in and around.
Yeah.
I think just some unfortunate placement, and that is the Japanese volunteers recalled for China. I'm going to take a look over at Japan, see how we're going here. So we've got a landing in Shanghai with naval support. And a general push from the north to encircle Beijing. Looking like pretty decent chunky artillery units from the Japanese. And they definitely are landing. Can they get a port? I think they will. I believe this is one of the areas that does have spawn-ins, Shanghai. So the Chinese will be getting more units here. Yeah, so they're sitting at around 60 or 55.
I'm keeping a close eye on Madrid, seeing what's happening
Okay.
there.
Yeah, just shout if anything crazy happens. Yeah, so it looks like Japan is off to a good start. They're just doing some of their grinding in the north. Yeah, and the Chinese AI is pulling out of Beijing.
Doing a bit of reshuffle
Yeah.
there.
Oh, and Japan is using tanks. Interesting. Yeah. So I think that might actually be a bit of a rule break.
Oh,
Yeah.
do we need to call
I'm gonna pop up to the referees and just let them know that
Yep.
they're using their default tanks. That might be allowed, but I'm just gonna double check. Hello, refs. I just wanted to point out that Japan has some tank divisions that are mostly infantry.
Tank divisions that are mostly infantry.
Yeah, I think it's their default ones, but I don't know. You just want to check. It's just one tile east of Beijing.
Oh yeah, I can't actually see those, but that must be them using their starting divisions, which they're not allowed
Yeah.
to.
Okay.
Are they? So they still have infantry battalions in them?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna pop that down. All right, there. I had to do my tattling.
Yeah.
Sorry, World of Blaze fans, but those are technically Space Marines, and it is a game rule. But they did get a nice little push there.
Oh, yeah, they did do a push
Yeah.
in the western side there. Still haven't taken Madrid yet. Oh,
Okay.
big
Yeah.
push.
Let's double check. Yeah, so it does look like they will eventually get Madrid here. They push through
Yeah.
for the supply hub and Sitsa. So the supply might not be the greatest situation for the Republicans there on the east. But yeah, no pushes too from the nationalist player in the east, which I find a little interesting. I don't know. Personally, I would have been like, hey, that's a supply hub I can grab and cook. But you know, if you're busy everywhere focusing on other things, you know, maybe it's not worth the railways. Okay, and Japan is still pushing. And I think, yeah, they did convert their tank division, so it's probably fine. It wasn't really much of a huge push. Japan would have been able to do this without the tanks,
Yeah.
the Space Marines or whatever. But I think in fairness to the game, the rules do need to be applied. Otherwise, you know, everyone is
Yeah.
going to build them. So
Definitely.
yeah, and Japan is catching some troop convoys leaving the port.
Let's check over Japan. I haven't had
Yeah.
a trip to Japan.
And that is the Chinese Navy destroyed. I don't think they have any more ships. Yeah, that was their starting navy. They have like 9 ships, and unfortunately for the AI, they're gone.
Hello.
Interrupt, but can you check something out for me, please?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, Japanese convert and or remove their.
Yeah, I did watch them convert them. Yeah,
Okay, good. That's all. Thank you.
no problem. All right. Bypass the northern approach. Yeah, they are going ham. So what was the northern approach that they bypassed? Oh, okay.
Yeah, Japan is making some gains.
Oh, I think if they putting on the most fixtures in 1 year. Yeah, if they make the gains too quick, it looks like they just don't need it. Yeah, the Japanese player is making a lot of ground in this game. Let's take a look at casualties. Only 9k to 200. Usually most of the Japanese casualties come when units are further in. China is looking pretty strong now. Like I said, China does get spawn-ins. So as Japan takes territory, they get more and more spawn-ins here. So we're sitting at 101 divisions now.
Wow.
Yeah. So when they come down in this area here, there are some more spawn-ins in the south. I don't know the exact states, but I think it's these two here near Hong Kong. But this might be a big encirclement for the Japanese. We'll see. And the air situation is completely green for the Japanese.
Got the air superiority.
Yeah. Usually they do get some lend-lease. China, the Soviets are allowed to lend-lease to China. So it looks like they're giving them guns and some anti-air, but no old fighters or anything like that. We've got some attaches from the Allied miners probably getting some experience there. I'm just going to pop back over to Spain.
Yeah, we'll switch back over to Spain just to make sure we aren't missing any of the action.
Yeah, looks like they're making a little bit of a push here along the anarchist lines. You know, there might be something to this with the anarchists, like leaving them alive, leaving the lineup, because you are pushing the volunteers, the French and the Soviets, into a smaller and smaller location. They will need to connect the supply up, and it looks like they are doing that just now.
Madrid's still holding.
Madrid is still holding. That is, it's quite surprising.
That's
but,
what I was wondering about. Like,
yeah, well, these are some pretty decent Mountaineer divisions, right? So.
yeah.
Okay, it's just a default. Hopefully that's not a mixed. No, those are from the Spanish players. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna double check something from the Soviets just in case. I think that might also be a game rule.
Okay.
I need to go up. Give me a second.
Yep.
Hi, Rest. Once again, are special forces allowed to be mixed with regular infantry? Like a Mountaineer,
you're not allowed
just
to
regular?
make hybrid divisions with them. You're allowed to mix special forces with any other infantry type battalion, just not the actual infantry. So artillery, AA, that sort of thing is allowed, but not Marines and normal infantry in one. No.
Yeah, so Soviets have Mountaineers with standard infantry battalions. Yeah, and it's quite big. So.
All right.
But they're using it to fill their divisions so they can use them in Spanish Civil War.
They are using them in Spanish Civil War. All right, I just wanted to report it.
Yep, they're already dealing it.
Okay. All right, well, we have another rule break from the Soviets this time, but I think Madrid will fall if they have to change their template.
Yeah. Oh, got an encirclement over here.
Yeah, we're gonna watch this center collapse here.
Oh, and the tile just.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, tiny encirclement from the anarchists, but we'll look back over at Spain here. Just to look at the Spanish player's perspective. Usually what chat wants to see. They can just walk in and grab that one tile. I'm not sure about that. Just probably focus on something else.
Yeah.
It's quite difficult because it's like I can say all these things, but I know that like if you're playing, there's a million other things going on in the game. So, I can sit here on my horse.
Making sure you're going down your focus tree. And...
Oh yeah, you should be clicking here, guys.
chains.
Like, why? What are you doing? It's like, well, I record some of my videos. I see what I do too. Like,
we've all been there. We're like, oh my gosh.
Okay, so unfortunately,
the
Soviets did have to convert their templates. So we see here they have much lower stats. I think this will press the advantage for them. I'm kind of surprised by that because I feel like the Soviet player does know the rules. I'm pretty sure that is a standard rule for their games, so I don't really understand that. Yeah. Well, it looks like they are still holding Madrid.
Yeah,
Somehow.
surprised. Let's
Pretty decent
check it out.
stats, even though they are getting kicked off, but okay. Do you want to take a quick pop over at
Yeah, I'll
Japan?
look at Japan for a bit. Yeah.
Let's see here. 26,000 casualties to 440. They are making some decent progress.
Yeah.
But of course, we are getting to the point now where supply starts to become a problem for the Japanese.
Because
And they
of
also
just-
have the flooding mechanics in central China. So it looks like for the next 2 years there will be division speed. You cannot strategically reinforce, and supply impact is increased by 50%. Which,
Wow.
yeah, so you do need to sort your supply. There are some strategies to get around it to cheese a little bit. But this player has certainly just gone for the factories and for the resources. So there are certain strategies to this, like having a longer, like I think this will be a little bit longer. This is we'll probably see a 39 finish. As they push into the next states, they will be getting the last of their spawn-ins though. And yes, the Chinese are up to 114 divisions. And the Japanese are on 58, and Manchuria has 1. They're trading 1. Yeah. And the air situation. Sorry, I'm just going to switch back over to Japan. Air situation is still looking very favorable, of course. Oh, but we actually have some B-10s from China.
Oh.
They are getting a few fighters, P6s and B10s. And no more
Yeah,
Lend
they
Lease
all-
from Soviets. It probably expired and finished off. Switching back
They
to
all-
Spain. We've got an encirclement in Madrid. Madrid is cut off.
Oh.
And it looks like the nationalists are
Let's
going to
go.
take Madrid. Yes. Okay.
Oh, they took Madrid.
Yeah, and it looks like they are expanding the frontier. Salamanca still this part of Spain still has the planning modifiers, but right down the middle, no modifiers. So the Allied side must be seeing that because they are concentrating most of their forces here, and not so much on the flanks.
Looks like Japan is making a push towards Hong Kong.
Okay.
Trying to, at the very least.
Yeah.
Have been spreading out a little bit across.
When they
but-
do take those next states, I believe China will probably
Yeah.
get another 20 or 30 divisions.
Yeah.
Okay, and so we had
Two
banished the
tiles away.
parties. Banish the party leaders, and then they're able to fuse the parties now. And then after this removes the Carlist Uprising, so Spain is definitely in no threat of that. Of course, any decent Spanish player will not have that issue. It's only a slight issue in this mod if you've never played it and you're expecting vanilla Spanish Civil War.
Ah.
Yeah. Where the vanilla situation gives you a little bit more time. Okay, we have some Spanish units moving. Are they going to go
They've just
for
gone
something?
past Hong Kong.
Oh, let's take a look here. I think Spain is setting up for a naval invasion or something. Okay, yeah, so they did get Hong Kong. I wonder if... Yeah, so they potentially have up to 130 units. Yeah, we haven't seen too many encirclements.
There
Yeah, and
is potential for one further north. We're
Okay.
keeping an eye on the situation. Oh yes, they will be pushing.
Yeah, so it does look like the Chinese AI is recruiting units. So they're not all
Oh,
necessarily
we have an
spawners.
encirclement
Ooh,
going on.
count down the squishes. Yeah, attacking across that river will take a little bit. There they go. They are backing it up now.
2.
2, yeah.
Yeah.
Can I see with the bubbles in the way? I shouldn't zoom in too much, but squish them.
Squish him. 1.
1. Three, 2, 1.
And she's
Boom.
gone.
Yeah. All right. So it looks like they are pushing into the last area there. I'm going to switch back to Spain.
Yeah, let's move back to Spain.
Yeah, this is quite interesting. They may be saving the anarchists for their allied grind. That might be the thought process, because just the nationalist units alone could easily push this. Okay, here we go. We got some Italian mountaineers pushing in on the east. Yeah. Yeah, of course, instantly taking this tile. Even though, oh no, they've cleared the offensives. Oh, and a counterattack from, okay, yeah, they are just grinding. I see this. Okay. Very, very smart from the Italian player. Just grinding on that, getting some XP. We're probably just waiting for this situation here where the line is a lot more stabilized. Oh, are we seeing a counterattack? Will they get the encirclement? Nationalists see it. They are moving out. Germany is moving to counter. They are being pinned. Okay, yeah, Germany gets in. There's a couple units at threat, and I think they saved it. Oh, and that is Italy going to Greece and Yugoslavia.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay. Let's head on.
So, if chat is interested in this rule set, the Allies cannot guarantee any nations other than Poland until the start of World War II. So they are not able to guarantee Yugoslavia or Greece. It looks like Italy will be taking on both these AIs at once. Of course, I'm sure they will do very well against the AI. But this is an interesting strat.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we'll just occasionally pop between all the 3 front lines.
Yeah, that is.
So Spain's moving a little bit slow.
Yeah.
Yugoslavia, they are pushing. They do have a quite a bit longer front line this time than our last game. And it looks like, yeah, they will definitely get the cutoff here in northern Yugoslavia. This may be a few Yugoslavian divisions here. They can manage this. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, and a push for Zagreb.
And here come the volunteer units, which will have much better stats than most of their front line. That's the first encirclement of this war.
Oh, yeah.
And are they going for this one? Yes, they are. This will technically count as an encirclement once we've got that tile.
Yep.
South of Zagreb. And looks like Yugo is moving into to counter. The AI may get out this little pocket here.
Yeah. Oh, yep.
That was a pop, though.
That was a bit of a pop.
Yeah. All right. Very, very one-sided air situation, of course. I don't think anyone is expecting anything else. Let's take a look at Japan. Japan is well past this. I called a 39 thing end, and I'm thinking I was probably completely wrong.
Yep.
It's looking like maybe summer 38, which it's a good spot for China. China is down to a few of their VPs. There are no collab governments, though. I'm not seeing any collaborations on China, which is interesting. But I think maybe if I had to predict, the most of the land will go to Manchuria, which have cores. Yes, they have cores on China. So it looks like they are just rushing for the last areas. Let's take a look back at Spain. Spanish front has not moved that much. Just had some minor exchanges. But I think most of the action is actually that we are missing a little bit is in Yugoslavia.
I think so.
Italian units are running so quick, they're outpacing their supply.
Oh, push fast.
Yeah.
Split.
Look at this. Waiting 7 days. They're way past their supply. Yugoslavia not being able to hold much, and they are about to be cut off. They may just lose their capital right here. Switch back. Oh, and there goes Belgrade.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not looking too good for the AI. And of course, they're not in a faction or anything. The Greeks. It's not like the Greeks can move up their units. Audio's doubled.
There we go. Lost vision sight of the troops then. One of my moderators made me just made me chuckle. Just for those who are not aware, myself and Pydgin are not actually competitors. We are giving commentary on the game.
Unfortunately, I had my game audio doubled there for the last little bit, so hopefully it wasn't too annoying for anyone. You set up these scenes and everything, but then there's Yugoslavia. All right. So Italy will be annexing all this likely. I don't think they'll be making a puppet. There it is. Boom. They didn't grab the ships, but that's fine, I guess. They will be moving down.
The split?
What's that? Sorry.
Oh, go on. Sorry, I was just saying quite a bit.
Yeah. So I think at some point they will be giving some of the territory to Hungary and Bulgaria. They do have the option to request that from the host. And that is and we have a massive encirclement in Spain.
Oh wow.
So it looks like they're all just AI units though, but the Republicans are on their back feet. Yeah. French units trying to keep the battles at the river, but not looking super good for them. Yeah. Let's look. So the battles are going on in Macedonia. There are some mountain tiles there. Ooh, and Japan is at their capital, their eastern capital, or their western capital rather. Now, does China still have all their units, or most of their units? Yeah. So, yeah, they have a lot of units. They have like 150 nearly. It just does not seem to matter because the Japanese just keep pushing them back. Yeah, they are very under-equipped, these units here. Yeah, the Japanese player has kept the pressure up, just kept pushing, and they did sort of manage their supply situation a little bit, at least sort of in the center here. Somehow. Must be, yeah, just double motorized from GN.
Still holding out.
Yeah, we do have an encirclement of their capital. So long as they are pushing and attacking, this is completely fine. But everything to the west of this front line, or the city here, is completely lacking any equipment supply from the rail system. But that has changed now. And I think this last capital isn't even connected. Yeah. So China has no supply. They're probably very close to capping. Yep. The Japanese players, Japan and Manchuria, just need 2 more percentage points, which is probably coming from these last cities. Yeah, this might be it here. Just watch for the peace deal. I'm thinking these 2 cities here will equal 13 VPs, and that might be just enough. And they are taking it. Nothing to stop them. It doesn't look like they're reinforcing. they get the cipher at the last minute. Oh, they did reinforce with 4 units. 5. Still doesn't matter. The Japanese player. They're still attacking. This would be over with collapse. But it does not matter. They are just continuing.
Yeah.
Casualties must be rising a little bit for Japan, but they're not. They're really not. Only 57,000. Well, Yeah, no Logi companies, and come on, has to be it. There we go. So Japan war over.
Wow.
And as am I predicting? I'm not too sure what they're doing just yet. They're probably thinking about this, like which states maybe. Hopefully they have that sorted out before the game.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, hopefully they have the game plan of which states they want.
Yeah, it looks like everything is just going to go to the Manchuria. They just didn't have the first enough points on the first turn. This is sort of what I was calling. If you're not doing collaboration governments, it's not really worth it for Japan to take the resources because you're just not going to get compliance in time. Even with harsh quotas, it's just not really worth it. But yeah, there you go. Manchuria has all of this. They have jumped in factory count a little bit. Yeah, so we'll probably see a lot of the infantry, a lot of the organization wall from Manchuria in the upcoming war. And oh, it looks like Greece is about to cap. They absolutely pushed through those mountains. And Spain did a naval invasion in the south. Okay, there's so many things going on. It looks like that is Greece. Yeah. It's all coming together at once, chat. What can we do? We can only show you one perspective at a time. All right, and that is Greece done before Albania. Which, you know, smart path. Okay, and there we do see Hungary did get a state from Italy. Yeah, they just straight up annexed it. Wow. Okay. Yeah, the naval invasion in the south is quite smart. They do have a port. So long as the Soviets and the French players have a port, they can recall their volunteers. And I'm only seeing the French. I'm only seeing the French volunteers. Where are the Soviet volunteers? Oh, here we go. Blind as a bat. It looks like they are trying to take back Malaga. It looks like they may do it. But they may want to call it if they lose Cadiz. That might be sort of it, because if they don't do it, while they're they need essentially a logical exit. So if they don't do that,
have an encirclement over here.
Yeah, there are a lot of encirclements going. Unit. So Cadiz is encircled. As long as they are attacking Seville and making an honest effort of it, that's fine.
Yeah.
Murcia is the last logical path out for the Soviets, and it looks like the French can only get out through Cadiz. They need to be in chat calling it right now, I think.
Yeah.
This is the moment. Like, are you gonna win or are you gonna lose? Are you gonna stay for a little bit longer? Are you gonna risk it?
Oh.
Yeah.
Maybe we should.
I was gonna say the Japanese are requesting volunteers to send volunteers to Spain. They are sending more volunteers to Spain now.
Wow.
Yeah, I think this is very smart. Okay, so this
Really? Yeah.
Yeah, and this looks like this is gonna be cut off. Oh, and they are cut off now.
Oh.
So unfortunately, I have a feeling there may be a rule break coming in, because I think if the Soviets don't grab this port, they can't leave now. Unfortunately, they can't recall their volunteers. Yeah, looks like we might be getting pockets within pockets. Soviets, are you noticing it? Please move your unit south. Please. Oh no, that is definitely one encircled Soviet. No chance getting out now. We have multiple here encircled, but they may get the port back. But I don't know. It is not looking super great for them. Even with all the optimism in the world, I don't know. I don't know if we can call that.
There's too many encirclements going on.
Encirclements and within encirclements. I do like the naval invasion. I do like the naval invasion they did from the northeast. It was very, very clever. Yeah, it looks like they're calling. Oh, but they have a path out for most of their volunteers. They are retreating. You can see the Soviets moving
Yeah.
now. They are probably going to go towards the port.
Yeah.
The France player needs to move their stuff as well. The Soviets will probably lose this one here in Cordoba. But yeah, okay, and then the French are staggering out with them. They are doing a staggered retreat. Wow, this has actually been quite exciting, the Spanish campaign.
It has. There's been a lot of movement. Like,
Yeah, a lot of
the
movement.
last game that we casted, it was like very much this, then this. You know, there was
Yeah.
a.
Okay, so the French have recalled their volunteers. It looks like the Soviets are to move out. They did lose their last one in Cordoba, so they do have a legal path out right now.
Yeah.
To be honest, I think they should just do it.
Yeah.
But it looks like maybe they wanna.
I mean, no, they shouldn't. Never surrender.
Yeah, never. Well, it'd be nice to keep your equipment and your trained units. I don't know if they care as much, maybe, because they did have to convert their units from the Mountaineers.
Yeah. Looks like it's clean up here, I think.
I'm surprised by the Soviets because I know that there's enough the Soviet players that do play with a similar game rule set. So I'm surprised that they actually did do the mix and match. Maybe there was some edits at the last minute or something, but when we read them yesterday, it was it was just that. All right, so we're just watching for the Soviets to see if they exit. Oh, they cannot exit. That is a full encirclement.
Oh.
That is it. They cannot get out. They had their moment to leave, but they couldn't. They didn't. And if anyone's asking what kind of mod this is a special Community Cup mod. The Soviets do sort of have a chance here. They probably could attack out if they could take that one German unit off. We've got a lot of the Italians doing their grind near Granada. Of course, the Japanese doing their grind in Valencia. You'll notice how the Spanish units aren't really attacking anything that's sort of free and open.
Yeah.
And that's really to keep the damage for their allies, right? Because, you know, as the Spanish player, your goal is to get XP for the Axis.
Yeah.
Oh, and Bulgaria has sent more divisions. We may have missed an encirclement. They may have had to recall it for something. I'm not entirely sure what happened to the Bulgarians, but they are back. Yeah, so we've got Germany, Italy, Bulgaria, and Japan. When the Spanish Civil War goes on for a really long time, too. Oh. What's up?
Munich Agreement.
Oh, yes, of course. So, yeah, Czechoslovakia, so they are working on their path down there. We've got world tension at 40% as well. So the Allies can switch some of their stuff up. They're probably on higher eco laws. Likely because of the double war. Yeah, that's a big one there. Okay, yeah, and it just looks kind of quiet. I think the Soviets are sitting there knowing the inevitable.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the Italians just grabbing their free XP. Num 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 in the south.
Num num num.
You can tell that I see this very much as a game and not necessarily like what's actually happening. Yeah, to me this is not it's just a map game with a World War II theme.
All of the music that I am playing is Hearts of
very
Iron 4
epic.
music playlist. So
yeah, the Hoi 4 music is very epic. Yeah, if you ever get tempted to buy the Sabathon DLC extra, don't. That stuff is not covered for streaming.
okay,
Yeah, just letting you know.
thank you.
Okay, so we are just waiting for the last couple pockets to be squished here from the Republicans.
Yeah.
I think they want to clear up the
Still-
one on the right before taking Seville, but maybe they're
Yeah.
just keeping them, doing a little bit of grind across rivers.
Mm-hmm.
Could be seeing. You know what? Let's take a look to see what maybe the Germans are doing here. What are they grinding? It looks like we got Engineer, Ranger, Commando, and Mountaineer. And they will be getting Engineer here in a second. That's probably the last one that they want. It's on. That's still now the Italian player. We did see that they were doing very well. So Spanish Volunteers. This is a new general. And it looks like they are grinding up, well, a couple things. Organizer and... Yeah, look at the experience on this. The pure veterans on their Mountaineers. Yeah, the Italian player has come to play. And then I'm gonna just take to Japan. I just want to see how they are doing in the Spanish Civil War as well.
Definitely.
3 looks like they are trying to get some XP on their Marines and on this general here. They would have gotten a lot of experience in China. But getting another infleeter doesn't hurt. Maybe potentially an adaptable or some extra terrain traits for, well, you know, wherever. Could be Raj, could be some jungle somewhere. Oh, and of course I click on the wrong Spain. Yeah, so we're at the grinding time of Spain. They can take their time. They're not trying to win at this moment. They are just trying to get as much as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Bulgaria is pushing out their the Soviets into one tile. I think they will be getting the squish.
Oh, they're getting squished.
They maybe soon enough here. Once this...
I'm still waiting for the last push here in southern Spain.
Yeah. Yeah, so the stuff east of Malaga, once that goes, they'll make a push for Seville.
Yeah.
They were just getting in the extra grind. And then this will be Seville completely encircled.
So
I do have to point out, though, that they should be going for it.
yeah.
The Spanish.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
If there's...
Complete.
Okay, they are going for it
There's
now.
Three left. Having a bit.
I might have to go up and talk to the refs a bit, but they should be attacking Seville right now.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay, so I think the host just annexed them in.
Yeah.
Yeah. So and you know what? Good for the host. That was a bit of a rule break on the Axis side.
Mm-hmm.
But that's some good lawyering. And so I think
I'm seeing.
What's that?
I'm seeing some rule infractions.
Yeah, just a few.
Today.
Yeah, from both sides.
Yeah,
you know.
just a few.
And then. Yeah, so the Spanish volunteers are coming back for them. They should be.
Let's have a look.
Yeah,
Let's
I
switch
think
over.
they did. Yeah, I did think they got them back. They've already been back. So there we go.
Yeah.
But I think had they been pushing Seville, I don't think that would have happened. I don't think they would have annexed it in.
No.
So, you know, hey, lesson learned. They could have cost the Soviets a little bit of equipment if they managed to follow the rule set.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they are pushing to Barcelona, so this is perfectly fine. And it's all being done by the Allies. You'll notice that Spain is literally just standing around. Oh, maybe they're not. They're pushing a little bit for Barcelona.
Yeah.
But Valencia will be all gobbled up.
Gobble gobble. Yeah. Shall not be too long.
No. And then, well, we're into March of 39, so we can start looking at the builds. We'll see where they are in the progress for Danziger War. If Germany is doing an early or on-time game, we can look at their build for a bit.
Yeah.
If they might be doing a little bit later, we'll hold off before we start looking at unit designs. Chat always loves templates. Chat always loves tank designs, plane designs. We will show you that. Don't worry, guys. Don't worry.
We will, but not until things
yeah, we just
kick off.
don't want to give it off too early. Don't want to give off like
Yeah.
the stuff because unfortunately, even with the 15-minute delay, we just want to make sure that people don't have too much info. Okay.
Yeah, giving people an unfair advantage for sniping, which I hope that people would not.
Yeah. And wow, Spanish State has only lost 2K versus. So this is only in the anarchist. I didn't actually grab the last bit of casualties, but it doesn't look like Spain has lost too much. They're on volunteer only with 180,000. Yeah, that's not too bad. They will lose a bunch of cores after this war. Unfortunately, because it will be considered an occupied state once the war ends, which is a very fun thing about Hoi 4, but here we go.
Yeah, it's just Valencia left.
Okay, yeah, and they're just pulling back with their units and letting their allies do what they need to do in Valencia. All right. A very good timing from the Axis on this, because you grind as much as you can. The Japanese player even moved quick enough to get their volunteers back. I like it. I love to see that. I think the Rambler regiment is in for a tough one, because the World Ablaze team is really bringing it.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get to know a little bit more once we see the designs and the German economy, what all that looks like. Upgraded anti-air. I'm always interested in seeing what the minor tanks look like for Barbarossa. Like what Spain typically builds a few tank divisions. Hungary does too. And that is Spanish Civil War called. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, shifting gears a little bit. I'm looking at Germany. They're doing Molotov-Ribbentrop, and they are one thing away from Danziger War. Yeah. We've got medium tank designer, and we have Messerschmitts, which is a light aircraft designer, which are the best ones to pick. We've got mobile warfare, and as far as your doctrine, halfway there with 96 in the bank. Okay, and they went the stability side for their first picks. Political loyalty and state service and military. Okay. Looking at the Panzer design, it does look like they are doing medium tank designer destroyers, which seems to be the meta with this mod. They are quite a bit stronger, and like I was saying yesterday, if you remember with the breakthrough. Yeah, so the breakthrough is a lot smaller, so medium tank designer. Yeah, it looks like we've got decent reliability from that. Early radio, of course, because it is only 39, but very quick, very quick tanks. I'm liking it, and big cannons, of course. Good soft and hard attack. Very good piercing. And then this is, of course, their base tank, which they're building a couple battalions of. We already have 18 on tanks. We have 50 on tank destroyers and 30 on planes. Africa fighter, we have 60 on planes. So they have two different fighters. Interesting. I'm thinking one's going to have range. The Africa fighter is going to have range, and main fighter's probably not. Yes, so we've got drop tanks for the range. Sorry, what? Was that a civil war? Thailand Civil War. That interesting. So are they allowed to do that? That's something interesting. Okay, so I'm not seeing a pause from the host. And the player is on crunch. There's Siam, so.
Do we need to?
No, I think the refs will be on it. They would have noticed that for sure. Okay, well, I'm just going to continue on looking at Germany. Siam's doing a civil war.
Wow.
Okay, so yes, so we've got longer range, so 1380. Of course, we got the drop tanks, and we got so the field tanks and the drop tanks for Africa. Yeah, and then main fighter is of course the higher defense. This is the best fighter if you get the heavy machine guns. They don't have the heavy machine guns, and they don't have the heavy machine guns here for Africa. One more look at the count: 60 on air. Switch over to the UK. What are they building?
Oh, that's
They currently have
interesting, yeah.
95 on air, so they are a little bit ahead in the air game at nearly 10 a day. So we have third time's a charm. Okay, yeah, so they are a little bit higher for the attack, and they are doing range and defense. So I think this fighter here will be a little bit better in the air for. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong fighter. Third time's the charm is here. Yeah, this one here will be a little bit better in the European side. Depending on where the airport placement is, the Africa fighter might be better on the exchanges. However, I should say this. However, I think that the air war, they might just the Germans might not have the numbers. So we have 90 on planes. I'm gonna see if Canada is getting a. Okay, so Canada is currently building tanks. So they are not doing an air controller Canada. It looks like. Yeah, so it looks like UK will be doing the
Covering the skies.
And that's fine. That's a perfectly fine way to play. Yeah, I'm gonna tag over to the French player and see if they had gone tanks. I'm not seeing any tanks yet. Never surrender, people.
Never surrender.
They are doing anti-tank and anti-air. And they just have a lot of fighters on. They have a very strong eco for France. Ivory Coast. So they must have, they built mainly off the land. And it looks like we've got more fort lines in. Oh, yes, level 5 forts from the French player. If they control air, they might be able to hold this. So I just lose my voice a little bit.
Don't forget to hydrate.
Yes, that's exactly it. Well, that's actually a good
to
call.
Remind you about that.
That's a good call. I'm gonna zoom out, guys. I can hear, but we've just checked the things. It's gonna come down to if their tanks are stronger than their air. But we'll see. Yeah, I'm just gonna hydrate, and I will be back in a moment, everyone.
Just giving you the overall perspective of what's going on. Hello.
That is Danziger War. So, Soviets have the war goal. Game is paused. Okay, I guess there it is. Got back just in time.
Perfect timing.
Bulgaria refused. A lot of stuff going on at the beginning of the war. All right, and allies call all of these in. Indian Empire, interesting.
Oh,
Okay, I don't know what path that is for the Raj. But
Yeah.
it's something. It's almost like they went fascist. They were just non-aligned, I guess. And then they got their puppet status.
French joined the Allies.
Yes. All right. Fairly strong eco from the Germans. A lot of mill factories. I guess the theories always goes you can get your sieves from your neighbors, right? Netherlands has sieves,
Yeah.
Belgium has sieves, France has sieves. Might as well build the mills, right?
Yeah, make sure they match on the stomach.
All right. So we're going to look at the Italian plane designs. They only have 20 or 19 factories on planes. Sorry, 24 with the CAS. But the Italian air is just very light, very light. They've got the heavy designers, but they have no defense and no range. The bombers, though, very simple bombers. I'm kind of interested to see how these play out. We do have CAS with recon cameras. That's kind of cool. Let's look at the Italian templates very soon, or very quickly. So we've got a basic 18 width with support. Game is unpaused. And we've gone back in time, so Danziger War is about to trigger. Very good Mountaineers. Yeah, we've got a lot of equipment in those Mountaineers. The Italian tank template is unusable. Basic garrisons, so I think that is all we have for them. Nothing too special. And then we do have a copy of, and this is a much better infantry design. So that's what you have for the Italian templates. We'll see how they go. They do have a lot of equipment, so we'll see. Not so much air. Yeah, and I don't know if the Italian difference in air production is going to help, and that is Poland going off to war.
Romania join the Axis.
Yeah, they should. If they're in the faction, they should. They should be joining right away. So last time we were the Germans have not deployed their tanks.
Interesting.
Yeah, so they probably don't need it for Poland. Yeah, they're just gonna walk in. Enough air, enough CAS. That is looking dicey, or not dicey, but nice for them. Did Hungary not put theirs up? They are on missions, just not doing that much damage.
Oh yeah, we've got a couple of encirclements going on. Very close to.
Oh, we have a naval invasion by France. A meme invasion in Hamburg. The German players are seeing it. That is funny.
Oh, wow.
With the motorized. Oh my god. I mean, it's not going to achieve much, but that is funny. Okay, Germany coming back with the templates. A nice little distraction. Not going to be able to use it for anything, but
Oh.
oh wow.
Oh.
Yeah, okay. All right. They're cleaning that up and while it is going down. Italy's still not in the faction yet because they have to join the war per the game rules.
Yeah.
So they would have to do their Africa front immediately, but yeah, here we go. That is Poland capped. And then Germany is working on naval effort, but they will get their war goals very soon. It's only a 28 days day focus.
Fact, I need to send this.
That is funny. All right, we got some attaché requests from both of them, but they're in the war. Pretty sure they're supposed to join the war. So.
Oh.
Oh, and what was getting bombed there? Port strikes from the Allies.
Germany is.
And they're getting convoy raided in the eastern North
Into
Sea.
Denmark.
Yep.
Sorry to my moderator. And pushing for the Netherlands. Oh.
Yeah, we're just waiting on that there. Seeing some UK convoy raiding here. This is a shallow sea, though, so the Germans should be able to counter those subs pretty easily. But I just don't think they are doing anything about it just yet. Oh, and it is the French fleet. That was a funny invasion, though, around Hamburg. I thought that was good.
That was good.
Yeah. I wonder if
That was
it was.
unexpected.
I wonder if the attempt was to get the German fleet, because sometimes they dock them in Wilhelmshaven or in near Hamburg.
Oh, perhaps.
So to push the fleet out, and then they could catch them, because the French are here, kind of looking for that. There might have been some strategy behind that meme there. My chat is still crying for Italian templates. I've said the word delay at least a dozen times. They just don't understand the concept. Don't understand the concept of a delay. Well, it's on them, you know.
Oh, well, my chat thought I was playing.
Oh yeah, well, that's fun.
So
All
I
right,
had to
yeah.
clear that up.
All right, there's around the Maginot now. A very quick push. It looks like the Allied air is up, but of course that doesn't matter. Just like they're just stomping in. All right, Axis are now countering. They're getting the air up. They were.
Luxembourg fall.
Okay, so we've got a lot of shifting of the
Capitulated.
air going around. Yeah, of course the German units do not need any air support whatsoever for the lowlands. Oh, nice.
Netherlands gone.
Yeah,
Capitulated.
Netherlands easy cap. So the question is, how is how's the France front gonna go? Because the German tanks are out. They are green, but they are mean with some nice heavy stats. I think these stats are probably not going to have too much of a problem in France. The France hold is not super strong. It's just a problem with the size of the country. There's not a whole lot you can do. Yeah, they are pinging for the forest line,
Belgium.
which will be Belgium capped.
Capitulated.
All right, so they are out of that zone, and the air zone will be switching to northern France. I just seen the Allied planes go over. And here we have the Allied planes in the corner. Okay, yeah, and they are bouncing against the forest tiles that have level 6 forts. Yeah, with fort levels that high, you do want to be attacking from multiple angles. It looks like... Oh, I know what happened. So there is a focus that France can do that will give them forts. And then fort construction speed. It looks like they ended up adding a 2-line to the plains tiles there. Unfortunately, you want to hold the forest, so it's kind of pointless for them. I think they only get a couple tiles where they get a couple forests. Yeah. Yeah, they are bouncing very quickly. I don't even have time to open up the battle screens there, but if we get a chance here, we will.
Yep.
Here we go. Here are your stats, chat. France with the 2,000 defense stats. 300 attack. Looks like the infantry are the only ones in the battle at the moment. Seems like they may be trying to grind them a little bit, try to get their org down, keep them in the battle while they train up their tanks. Maybe get the French to shuffle a little bit, because a big part of the French hold is their entrenchment. If you can get the French to shuffle, they lose their entrenchment.
Ah.
All right, slowly ticking down. They are obviously taking a lot of damage, the Germans are, but keeping them in combat is a very smart move here. This is how you grind them down. The damage, one level is damage for the forts. Battle is over, but yeah, it looks like they will be shuffling 2 units off. The tanks are moving though. Tanks are moving, probably to get out of that supply zone.
Yeah.
Not seeing anything special here. I wonder, I mean, is it a crazy idea to push the Maginot?
Maybe.
I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, so it is looking like the allies are favoring the exchanges here. Let's take a look at the air exchanges. Yeah. So they are, looks like the Axis put their planes down because that was just a little too heavy for them. Let's look at the exchanges, the details over the last months. So pretty even. They've lost a little bit more in terms of the bombers than that in the French zone. But it was looking like it at the last minute there that the exchanges were favoring for them. Oh, and it looks like Belgium is being, the Congo is being taken. Oh, and we do have a push for the Maginot.
Oh.
Obviously, very good stats for the French players, but this tile can be attacked from 4 tiles.
Wow.
So it does bring down the negative modifiers. So here we got from the 4 levels only negative 79. Yeah, that's some Maginot stats there for you. Okay. Yeah, and it doesn't look like they will be pushing them out. Tank destroyers, the tanks are in, but at night they are very low stats. Yeah, and they also have the negative terrain modifiers on the tanks because of the hills. All right, there's the U.S. in the war. Oh, and are they taking it? No, they are not. Switch over to Germany so that we are seeing their color bubbles. All right, and then we got another attack here on the northern line. France is holding into January. So the call was the chat voted for January, February for 1940. That's when they thought. So if France can hold for another 50 days, they're gonna prove chat wrong. All right, we've got the German tank shifting over again. It looks like the Maginot push was not looking super great. The French have repaired their fort line. So that one tile has been repaired. This one here is doing well. All right, so we have, green bubble this time with the push from the tanks, but can they reinforce in time? Yeah, so they're just going to be bouncing a lot. Yeah. So the hard part about this is when you take that much damage that quickly, the battles go very, very fast. It's just chunk right down. And then you gotta recycle them. Oh, they've got siege artillery on the tanks now, hoping to remove that modifier. If we see another battle, I will show you the difference in stats there, guys. And we have yellow air now in northern France. They are challenging. The allies are not putting enough fighters up. Here we go. So the siege artillery ability is ended, or has ended. They are losing a lot of friendly planes, the Germans, but they are doing a slight amount of damage. Now, this cast damage doesn't care about the stats in the battles. It's just doing pure org and HP damage. But they are losing a lot of friendly planes here.
Yeah.
All right, another big push here by the Germans. Decent stats, but like when you've got 2,000 defense, like what can you do? You are reducing that damage so much and returning, you know, very big stats from the entrenchment. All right, France is holding into February. So much so that they've done the West Wall focus. Don't know if that hurts them or helps them, not having this territory. Okay, we have another push at the Maginot.
Yep.
Just gonna stay zoomed out a little bit.
Yep. I'm fairly zoomed out. Just so everyone can see the bigger picture.
Yeah, and at the moment, Italy is still not in this. So they haven't joined the Axis. Usually, Romania and Bulgaria should be helping out around here, but yeah. Does not need defense. I'm just laughing at my chat here.
Oh.
The designs finally came up. They're all very happy.
Oh,
Okay,
nice.
yeah. All right, and there's the request from Italy to join the faction. This may open up another front. Of course, France is holding the river line here, and interesting. Okay, so and not much. Okay, and there's a solid Africa hold from Italy. So I don't know if they will enter the war just yet, but trying to keep the correct air zone up for you. In the corner. Yeah, they are trying to push with no air, the Axis at the moment. But they are taking down some anti-air or some planes, you know, from the Allied side. Yeah, I'm telling you guys, this mod, France is the hardest thing to push for Germany. It really is difficult. I think personally that you got to get all the miners involved. You got to get lots of clicks going, and you got to just keep cycling that. And it is a bit of a grind to get through this line. The forts that France built, insane. I thought that there wasn't going to be much of a hold because they didn't build tanks. Normally, as a France player, building at least some sort of form of tanks just to get that heart attack in, it's really worth it. But thinking the fort strategy might be a good one for France as well. We have a mid-March France hold already.
Wow.
Yeah, and yeah, so it's Dictrus on France. So looking like a good France player.
Very strong.
Yeah. Okay. Well, this is the moment for that we have a good thing for delays. It looks like they're moving up to Denmark. Still red air. See, here's the thing. I think that Romania should be doing Denmark. It's just my personal opinion. You know, that's a side theater, right? But it looks like the World Ablaze fellas maybe want to do more historical push.
It is certainly a historical focus in these games.
Okay, so we are going into an April France hold already.
Wow. This is vastly different from the last game.
Very different from the last game. Here's the thing. The longer France holds, the weaker the Axis will be. And the stronger the Soviets will be. If they have to delay it all. If they don't delay, you know, it's just not going to be, the odds are not going to be even. Yeah. They are garrisoning their ports, it looks like, for the most part, with the exception of Dunkirk and Calais, but don't know. We're just seeing a very strong France hold. All France has to do is sit there and just not panic. As long as you don't panic, you know? Yeah. We see Italy coming in here. I'm just gonna pop up to the refs just because it has been quite a long time.
Yeah.
And just ask them about the joining factions.
All right.
Just a quick question from the casters.
Yeah, what's up?
Do when players join a faction, do they have to join the war? Bulgaria, Romania, and Italy are still out of it.
Everybody in the Axis that's callable, with the exception of Italy, should be in the war, yes.
Okay, so yeah, we've got 2 players that are.
Who are they?
I think it was
Romania?
Romania and Bulgaria.
Bulgaria. Okay, I'll
Yeah.
let them know.
All right, had to tattle. It's just been a while, you know, and well, Bulgaria should be helping. What are you doing, Bulgaria?
Bulgaria, wake up.
All right, so I think Italy will be coming in this very soon, anyways. But yeah, they are allowed to. Italy is allowed to stay out of it. I guess that's an exception to that rule we read. All right, there we go. The refs went down and and said,
Give him a nudge.
"There you go." All right, we are seeing some more convoy raiding. I think this is supply convoys, isn't it? Yeah, freight convoy. Freight convoy going where? Yeah, so just this bit to this bit. Sometimes these ports are being used. I really dislike that sometimes when it's like clearly there's a good land route, but you know your supply wants to go over, and then of course you're being raided. Yeah, Germany will have 0 convoys probably at some point here.
Oh my. Oof.
So they are training up their tanks. You know, more stats equals better. That is a smart move on Germany's play. It is very difficult to get your tanks out on time for in this mod. You essentially have to push out something smaller, or you know, a lot of motorized or something, and then switch your template. And I think that might be against the game rules, so maybe they weren't allowed to do it or something, or yeah. Oh, we've got some action going on here. We've got your Romanias and some stuff waiting for the southern push. And yeah, we've got a solid Africa hold. Okay, and these South African tanks are ready for Africa. So yeah, it doesn't look like there'll be a major push in Africa from Italy just at first, because they will be trying to take out France.
Yep.
But we'll have to see. We'll have to see how this line holds. It is looking a little bit weaker than the north, and we may see some shuffling. Is France deploying? They are recruiting more units, so maybe they'll have something to deploy for that. Okay, we see the Bulgarian Katyushas going for a small attack incident, but it bounced instantly. Okay, and there's operation for Denmark. And Denmark goes. Yeah, that gives them war goals. They are, of course, pinging the Free Croatia. The Italian player has noticed it. And we have a naval invasion, or sorry, naval combat, low naval combat for Denmark. Okay. I guess the Germans just have not had a chance to repair, but they caught a ton of troop convoys. But it doesn't matter. The German Navy was there to help out.
Denmark has capitulated.
Yeah, Denmark has capitulated, and there goes Norway with the invasion off. And Italy is in the war now. They are pushing France. They're pushing France. We've got the Romanians doing a naval invasion in Marseille, but little do they know there is nothing there for them, nothing to prevent them from taking it.
Wow.
France is holding. It doesn't look like they have pushed it to Corsica. I don't see that they noticed it.
Mm-hmm.
And will we see a landing for Norway? Okay, did they get caught? No. There they are. Okay, they landed beside Oslo, but not on the port, and are getting attacked by the Norwegian AI. Okay, so in the south, southern France front, they are just starting to meet them now.
Yep.
France has just deployed some more units down. It looks like they are doubling up the number of units that they had there, and they are holding across that river line. That is the perfect spot to hold if you are France.
Yep.
And Italy comes in the thing. You want to hold Lyon, and you want to hold this river here. It's very important.
Definitely.
Yeah. Okay. And we are not seeing a push by Italy from there. Oh, and it looks like they will be maybe crossing with the Bulgarian Katyushas getting into the battle.
Oh.
Decent stats on them. And they are doing some damage to the armor. Oh, and the air zone is looking green for the Axis. This might be it, folks. This might be it. Yeah, they may be getting across this river. If France can't hold, are they going to do desperate defense? It looks like they will be breaking across in the south here. One thing that the Axis needs to remember is when they get across this river, they need to go up and clear these mountains. If they push too far in, they can get memed. They get very much memed in France. We've seen it before. We've seen it before.
Definitely.
All right, this is where the action is. Allies are starting to contest the air a bit. It looks like it is a little bit more yellow. Oh, and they got a cross. Okay, so this is one tile. They may get pushed back, but we'll see. They need to slowly expand their area. And are they going to take the south? Yes, it looks like they are going to get across the river in the south here. Because there is no reinforcements. There are the Germans. Yes, there they go.
They're making a break.
Spreading out, pushing north. That's what they need to do. Spread out, push north. And they know exactly what to do. Yep. Yeah, okay, so the German players, the Italians, the Axis, they know what they need to do. It looks like France has been broken in the south. As far as supply hubs go, there is Lyon, and then there is this one here, Montpellier. But the slog is through these mountains to Lyon. Other than that, you have a straight go to Bordeaux. So long as they get to about the middle of these mountains, they are good to push around the other side. But you need to get that 3 or 4 tile advantage. Yeah, France is crumbling now, folks. We have a July France hold, though. May make it to the end of the month. We don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
Yeah, France needs to be deploying a lot of units. They need to hold these last couple of force lines.
Yeah. We can push Toulouse.
It looks like there is some memery potential. I don't know if they're going to try to capture it, but yeah, they just don't have. France does not have the units down here in the south to counter this, and it looks like. Yeah, it looks like they will be broken, and there it is in the north, the mass push, because they pulled some of the units off.
Yeah.
The French units moving down to the south, but it's a little too late. Too little, too late for France. I don't see them holding this. Okay, and it looks like the Germany is doing quite well in Norway. Probably one of the co-ops up there microing those units. And like I said, it is a bit of a supply trap. It is a bit of a supply trap because there is not too much there, but you do need... Yeah, they did get Toulouse. Waiting for that to convert. They'll need Bordeaux, and then Vichy, and of course, Lyon is in danger of being captured. Once Lyon is captured, I think that is a Jover moment, as the kids say.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so what do you think about the France player? Is this
I think good, it's been like so strong, holding out for so long, like compared to the last game that we commentated on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think France is usually a speed bump for the Axis, and they've been a little bit more of a speed bump this time. Maybe a couple bollards, and they had to go around off road. And you know what I'm saying, right? Like,
oh yeah,
bud.
Oh, yeah,
nothing happening in Africa just yet. They're not capping that. A free Corsica is usually something that's something good for Italy. I see that they didn't notice it, or they did ping it earlier. Maybe they just didn't. They completely forgot about it. But you never know. Sometimes
Norway is looking pretty split up right now.
Oh yeah. The German player will clean that up. That is AI
ships.
Yeah, very easy. We do have a small squish in the middle, a small encirclement, where looks like 6 French units are being killed off. Yeah, and so like I said here, there is some struggle for supply in this part of France, but they did get Vichy, and it has been converted over. So I think this area will start to clean up for them. Okay. And there goes some squishes. I'm very impressed.
Oh.
We're going to see an August France hold. An August 1940 France hold. And the war did start on time. So
Yeah.
that's very good. We'll see some of the exchanges. Troops bombed. Support loss. So they lost a lot of support. The Germans did. Enemy ship sunk. Not seeing their fighters. No fighters exchanged in this. I don't know if that is a bug. Yeah, it's not showing me the fighters exchange loss. Or maybe I can see it from the UK side. Yeah, okay, here are your Southern French fighters. So we got 600 of the Allies lost to nearly 900 for the Axis in Southern France. And then, of course, slight advantage for the other side. So 900 Allied lost for 750 Axis. So it's fairly close, but I think the Allies have done very well for the war there. And the second France Paris falls, the France will be capped. They have enough victory points in the south for that for sure. Okay, so France is holding. We'll switch back to the German perspective, just so you can see the colors of the bubbles that you want to see. All right, yeah, they are just Bulgaria snaking way up the coast. They are being very brave.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, just not letting any of these French troops leave. All of this stuff here has been encircled. Everything around the Maginot has been encircled, and they are cut off. The Axis are making an honest effort for the Paris to cap Paris, so it's not like they're exploiting the supply or anything. So that's all fair, all good on the hood.
Yep.
Gray the gamer is lagging a little bit, but yeah, we're
We
paused
are
here.
paused.
Yeah, for a player to catch up, I think. Unfortunately, I think that might be the South African player. Yeah, so that is the South African player lagging a little bit, but we'll see how that goes. Hopefully there's not too much lag in Africa.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, this has been a very good France hold.
Oh yeah. Most definitely.
Just going to double check the dates, but join the Axis. Declared war on the Netherlands. So they declared on the Netherlands in late October, and they declared late September. So, 10 months. 10 months holding. So it didn't take them long at all to get through the lowlands. It was a matter of a week or two. Threat from actions. Declared on Denmark. And of course, Soviets are doing the Winter War. We actually haven't taken a look at that, but it looks like we have no intel on this. Are they grinding a little bit? Are they?
And we are back.
Yeah, and we are back. Okay, so Paris is completely encircled now, and it is about to fall. Looks like less than a day, this war will probably be over. Late August hold by France. That is
It's
quite impressive. It is impressive, yeah. There was some good air exchanges between the Axis and the Allies. It's going to hurt their situation. Yeah, and
Paris
there it
has
is.
fallen.
Okay, and of course we have a lot of Ethiopia was taken. They are down to the capital. Usually the Italian player will hold the capital for the longest time possible. And yeah. So I'm seeing Germany is out of manpower. Is that correct?
Oh.
Okay, so they are on limited conscription. They probably switched a little bit too late. They will be getting some... Yes, they will be getting some more manpower in here for a little bit. They just went up to... They're on total mobilization and do have women in the workforce, so... It's fine. Okay. All right, so the next theater will be likely Africa. We are seeing some convoy raiding. Looks like the Allies are doing their best to... Ooh, wow. Okay. Yeah, they are countering it too. So the Allies are supporting their convoys. So as much as Germany is wanting to do damage... Yeah, so they are trying to do a lot of subs. for convoy raiding. But yeah, so long as the Allies stay out of the Mid-Atlantic and the North Atlantic Ridge, they probably are quite fine. Norway is probably very close to capping here. Let's take a look. Yes, they are on a sliver. 3 more points. So I'm thinking... Yeah, it's usually Narvik is the one that you kind of want to naval invade. But yeah, it's just a matter of tiles at this point. They'll grab a few more tiles and then get up this way, and Norway will be secured for the Axis.
Yep.
All those resources and factories.
Nice.
Oh, and Soviets are making a bit of a breakthrough on this side here. Oh, the Spanish sent volunteers to Finland. Interesting.
Oh, wow.
Military attaché, yeah, Spanish volunteers. Cool. So we do have a Spanish tank here. So so they're yeah, they're retreating a little bit. Okay, yeah, they are getting out of there, hightailing it. Yeah, so Finland doesn't have anything. Oh, it's all caught up here. Everything in the Finnish have were pushed north. Oh, we do have a battle. I do want to look at the stats. Not super high, but I think they'll get it for. They'll get them a little bit higher for Barb. Oh, I wonder if the Soviets are going to grab
Norway has
Spanish tanks.
capitulated.
Okay, yeah, there's Norway gone. Oh, is that a Spanish tank dead? Are they going to beat them? How long? How long? Yes! Oh, not yes. Interesting. Oh, and did Spain survive? They white peace at the last minute.
What happened to neutrality?
I don't know what happened there. Are they getting their tank back? I have to check. I'm not seeing anything extreme, but when they do white peace like that, it doesn't say. So we will check back on Spain in a second. But yeah, all right. Norway secured for the Axis. I didn't see a bubble. I don't know. Maybe chat caught it. But all right, I just had to take a look there. All right, so Italy is here. We're probably expecting some German tanks coming down. Yes, we are. Let's see the air zone, or the naval zone rather. Yes, so this is the scary bit. They need to get across into Africa without getting raided. We got some Malta action potentially happening. I want to see what the defense looks like for the Allies. Oh, so we do have the Alex the Rambler like defense here. Yeah, they look like pretty standard infantry. You know, some 30 width with 2 artillery. They have enough air that might be good. So a good airport here in the north. Another good airport. A little bit of defense on Cyprus. And then, of course, they are holding the standard Africa line. Not a whole lot of units here. The South African tanks, we'll see if the Germans do get across. This might be a moment for the Axis. They may win Africa. Okay. Yeah, and Germany has yet to set up their D-Day wall yet. Probably just trying to fix some of their eco while they were looking away. But I'm waiting to see what happens here. Okay, so Italy is bringing in their navy. It looks like they got supremacy in the Central Med, and they are going for.
Oh.
Romania is going for the attack, and of course, while they're doing it, the tanks are moving across. Oh, and we may. There is potential. There is potential to take Malta, and they took it. Yes. Wow. Good job, Romania. Grabbing that Malta really early. All right. Yeah, losing Malta is kind of a big one. We have 4 German tanks, and we have 2 South heavies. I believe those are South African heavies. Oh, we do have Malta being invaded. Or not Malta, Cyprus. I'm just going to quickly look at the South African tanks. I don't quite have the stats for them, unfortunately. if I can just look at this, maybe this will load it. There we go. There are the stats. Sometimes it doesn't load for the observer. Pretty good breakthrough. Okay, soft attack and that. Yeah, so I don't know, with the general advantage, we may see some better battles from the Axis. I am trying to switch countries. Come on, there we go. Okay, so Italy is moving up with infantry to see what they are dealing with. Grabbing all the tiles they can, probably waiting to reconnect the supply. You do want to grab this port here and hook up the rail connection. This is very important, so they are just waiting for that. Yeah, we do see a push for Cyprus. Cyprus doesn't have a massive airport, but it is a good positioning for this area, and it will give a slight advantage for Italy and the Axis to move their air over. And air is going to be the key here, because it looks like the Allies they don't have a whole lot of infantry, they don't have a whole lot of tanks, unless these are Canadian armored. Sorry, am I seeing Canadian mech? Okay, that is an interesting template. I gotta look very quickly, guys. We will switch back, I promise. We just have to look. Tank brigades, very low stats. There we go. Here we go. They call them armor cars. There's no armor cars. Okay, just a little bit of memory. Low attack from the Canadians and low breakthrough. So we'll see how they look. A little bit more defensive than anything. We'll see how they perform. We are switching back to the UK. Okay, they're switching around the icons. I'm trying to keep them stable. But yeah. Okay, nothing pushed yet. The Axis will need to build up the supply. Okay, and a Vichy France division is moving back. Okay, so Germany is pulling back a little bit. Probably to get some more supply, so that they're not eating up the supply while they're waiting to build up this area. You do have to wait for the rail line. This is smart on the Axis play, just like I said here. They have to build up supply because there isn't much there. There isn't much there. I think it is just a moment of where people are saying where to build up. There's probably some chat going on. You want to put your best foot forward. You don't want to just run into an area without any supply.
Definitely not.
Yeah. Naval supremacy is 49% for the Axis side. The Italian Navy is something. If they are getting supremacy, it's either the UK has not put much up in the Med, or you're sitting on nearly 300 ships for the Italians. Yeah. Okay, they're building a lot of destroyers and heavy ships and destroyers. So they are heavy cruiser build Italy, it looks like. Pretty smart play. Oh, the destroyer hulls. Okay, yes. Pretty smart play. Good raw stats from the heavy cruisers. They do add up over time. And yeah, we got to keep an eye on big battles. If you notice anything happening in the Med for naval battles, please click them and scream if you see big navies. Shout them out, because yeah, I think there might be a big battle for the Mediterranean. Okay, Germany is pushing up with two tanks. It looks like. They're probably going to press their luck to see what they can do with one. And complete red bounced way before the bubble could even show. I will bring up the Egyptian air zone. Keep in mind we are looking at the Axis perspective. They should grab that other tile. I'm not entirely sure why they're not. Should grab it at least for the supply. Yeah, I'm not sure why they're pinging up there, but we'll keep an eye on Africa. This is where the action will be happening.
Mm-hmm.
He says as nothing happens. Another good thing about Africa, though, is if you time it right, you get good weather. So currently they're sitting at 21 degrees Celsius in the area, and so they don't actually take that much attrition. So like, wintertime is quite lovely weather in this part of the Med.
Yeah,
we have a battle.
heading towards some of them.
And the Canadian mechs are holding, but not everything's in the battle. It is a very small supply. Very small combat width on that one tile. And you can only attack from one tile. So this is a one tile Africa campaign. Yeah.
It's a very busy Mediterranean Sea.
Yeah. Germans do have planning, but they may grind it. Yeah, they may just push the Allies off if they actually do cycle in their troops correctly. Depending on how the next battle starts. Oh, that's one Canadian mech pushed off. Okay, and another one got into the battle right away. Okay, bad RNG for Germany, but they're cycling in another one. That was close. It was actually very close, chat. Here we go, and Italy is taking that tile to help out their supply. Oh, and we do have a small battle. Just looks like convoy raiding or something. But that is just some escorts. Okay, Germany is pulling back for a second. Ooh. Sea invasion. Iberia. And so that's probably just a lot of raiding happening around the world.
Yeah, a lot of raids going on.
Okay, so it looks like the Germans just need to resupply their tanks. They almost had that. Just because of the combat width, because it's so small, they actually can't reinforce too much in. And if you got big units like that and you do chunk them down, you got two big 45 widths or 40 plus widths. They're taking up the entire battle. So if they get kicked off, everything has to retreat. We've got more Italian subs being sunk. Okay, and they are pulling back a little bit. Probably just to get their supply. When they do take damage like they do, they lose their XP, and it is a little bit unfortunate. Okay. Keep a look at the air exchanges. Yeah, they are not putting up much air at all, or they're not putting up any air at all from the Axis. Let's take a look at these convoy raids. UK is losing some convoys. They are being escorted though. But even though they're being escorted, the Allies are losing some. Oh, big stacks. And Benelux region, they are losing air supremacy. So just looks like a few fighters and a few Kingdom of Netherlands. So nothing too serious. Yeah. Let's take a look back at Africa. Tanks are moving in again. Will they put up air? I think if the Axis do put up air, this might give them the advantage that they actually need.
Yep.
Because if you can punch those units out before they can reinforce, then you get the tile. And you get the tile, you can expand, and all of their air is in this north region, and the air is what's winning the Allies this. Okay, we got another push from the Germans straight into the battle. Decent attack. They are taking down the Canadian org here. Yeah. Oh, and immediate reinforcement from the second tank on the German side. And both the Canadian tanks are about to go out at the same time.
Oh.
There goes one. Oh, and the other one reinforced.
Oh.
Okay. They're down to one in the battle. Can the other ones get in? And there's the South African tank. Looks like they might hold this. They can cycle them in a little bit quicker. Oh. Germany. Yes, go Germany. Oh, no. And it's the Canadians with full org that went into the battle. That's a little unfortunate. Okay, it looks like the Allies will be holding this again. Oh, if they can keep cycle attacking them, they're going to take some heavy losses here, but all right. And it is a level 7 fort. That is another big problem for them. They are allowing the Allies to reorg there. Not the best move, but there we go. Full org. Yeah, a lot. So we're sitting at 8 German tanks. Here we go. So we got a lot in the reserves, and they take it. They take it. That's what I was saying. Like, even though they had a lot in the reserves, if they don't reinforce in enough time, they get memed out. Reinforce meme, you know, some people don't like it, some people do, but it is part of the game. So that's what happens. Are they going to hold the tile? They are trying to counter push them back out, but of course that tile has level 7, right? So, or it's damaged 1, so it counts as a level 6. You got some pretty good stats from the Axis side now. And then of course the Canadians are nerfed, so are the Italians here. Are they going to get it back out? Are they going to hold? Oh, it's looking dicey. It's looking dicey.
Very dicey.
Yeah. Okay, I think they might be holding El Alamein. Of course, that is not a supply hub or anything, but it is the choke point. Yes, and then they are able to counterattack. And this might be it. This might be it for the Allies. They may lose North Africa. Oh. We're seeing a slow, sluggish move. I gotta see what the Allies are holding here with. Okay. So they are reinforcing with some of their infantry. Yeah, some more British are coming in. Yeah, they are pinging the one tile that they are losing. There it is.
Oh.
Yeah, the Germans are able to spread out a little bit, and yeah, they cannot push them back. They need the tanks in these battles, and if one Canadian mech is not going to do it, guys, folks.
No.
Okay. Interesting. Oh, so I'm seeing a potential for naval invasion behind, but it looks like the Axis is totally prepared for that. They are prepared for this. It looks like they are holding slightly, but yeah. So the Italians are holding every single tile behind, except for one. Except for the one that is only... There we go. Ooh, this is not looking super great. They may land behind them. Oh, this is a cutoff. Oh my god.
Oh.
This is 8 German tanks cut. If they can hold this, if the Allies hold this,
Yeah.
I don't know if it's going to happen. They may get out. Okay, so yes, the German tanks are retreating. They are retreating here. Oh, they are holding, but they are not holding this one tile. This might be fully encircled. If France is able to do desperate defense on this when their org hits 0. Okay, their org is still up. This is crazy, folks. This is crazy.
This is wow.
Yeah, this is a lot of damage happening
really
to the Axis. I will open that air zone again. Yellow air for both sides. The exchanges are fairly even. We are seeing some cast damage. If they get them onto the one tile, if this tile falls, oh, it's going to look very dangerous for the Germans here in El Alamein. Okay. She's slow, she's steady. The French are on desperate defense with those last 2 tanks, or the infantry, rather. Quite the Mimi invasion.
If they pull it off.
Yeah, if they pull it off. Okay, they are still holding. The Germans are still holding out on that one tile. Kind of what's saving them. It's allowing them to cycle back and forth. Oh, and that Italian unit is deleted. It has no health, essentially. Okay, and yeah, Allies are taking out this. I'm seeing 1 German division gone. They're down to 7. 7 German divisions remaining. Oh, man. Are they going to get any more? Forced attack by the Italians. Still with the... 6 German tanks now?
Oh.
Let's count them down. Are we going to see a full squish opportunity, or will they be saved?
Oh, I think
the French divisions
squished.
are holding... Okay, oh, and they are pushing... No, double combat modifier? Are they trying to get out? 6 German tanks remaining. Can they get this out? It is so close. The French divisions are barely existing there. Let's open the battle. What is left? Oh, they are holding. That is a nearly dead German tank there. And then everything else is in reserve. 5 German tanks remaining. And 1 French. Oh, 3! 3 German tanks! And they're out! They're out! Oh, wow.
Oh.
We've seen 8 German tanks get encircled and only 3 make it out of the battle. Jesus, folks. I'm sorry, I just need to catch my breath here.
That was intense.
That was very intense. Yeah, and Germany is running back with their very weak units. They're going back to a fallback line here to lick their
Taking
wounds.
some heavy losses.
That is a lot of damage. I'm going to open up that battle
Yeah.
and just look at the attack. Let's see if I can find it here. Manpower lost. All right, I'm not seeing it, but we will look over at the losses for the Germans. In combat, they lost 1,800 tank destroyers in the last month. Not looking as... I don't know if this is accurate. This is not looking right here. So 5 tank divisions are quite a bit. So I'm gonna open up their things here. 5 tank divisions should be, yeah, nearly 2k, 2.5k tank destroyers. And I'm seeing slightly less than that for that, but you know, probably around 3k tanks were destroyed just in that little operation there. And it's looking like the Allies may hold Africa now. Yeah, Axis Air has pulled down. They are licking their wounds, taking their time. That was a very exciting Africa campaign.
That was.
Yeah, they've taken out Ethiopia. Let's calm it down a little bit. Take a look at the world. Siam has their French territories. Japan is probably getting ready for that particular event. Yeah, and they are setting up for Barbarossa here. So I'm guessing that is really going to be it for the Africa tanks. They're probably just looking for an opportune time to move back. They may delay. The Germans may delay this. Losing 5 tanks, they might want to delay Barbarossa. I'm going to take a look and see what Japan is up to. Yeah, it looks like they are sitting on the Raj front, getting prepared. They are invasions and stuff being set up. Yeah, and I think they are... Ooh, big navy from Japan.
Wow.
Big navy. They have 700 ships.
Oof.
Yes, how many dockyards is Japan sitting on? 125 naval dockyards.
Ooh.
This is a Navy Japan. Yeah. I got to take a look here. Let's just compare this to the American Navy, which is going to be considerably smaller. Yeah, the American Navy is sitting at 450. They've only got like about 80 more ships than their starting Navy. It's not that big. UK's Navy is not going to be near that big either. Yeah, UK Navy is sitting at about 550. Yeah, this is a very strong naval build from Japan. They may see some... The Allies might have some struggles here. Okay, I just need to check Germany to see if they are doing Barbarossa. They are doing prepare for Barbarossa.
Yeah, they are.
After that, they will have the opportunity to do Operation Barbarossa. It's a focus that only takes 35 days, and they have to do it before August 1st of the year. So, what do we got? 48 days, which will bring us to July and a half, and then 35. I think so long as they click it immediately, they'll be able to go for Barbarossa. They just have to they just have to start it, I believe. But the African tanks are not moving. Okay, so they are setting up the D-Day wall. That is very smart on the German side here. Yeah, with the
That's
late
what I'm just
Africa.
looking at.
Yeah, with the late Africa. Okay, so they have 17 tanks, and that is not the 3 that are in Africa. Okay, well, since Barbarossa is being prepared, let's take a look at the Soviet build. We are seeing 135 in the first theater, so 10 tanks, about 100 infantry there, and then another 100 infantry for this. So there's some very basic infantry in the second theater, and then probably a little bit better. Yes, so we have 8 anti-tank infantry for the main line. Good hard attack, not the greatest soft attack, but that doesn't matter too much. And 83 piercing. So the infantry may pierce the German tanks, which we could double check. I just want to see what is in the field currently. So fully width, yeah. So 73 armor. They will be pierced by the infantry. So the Soviet infantry might do pretty decent for the hold. They are doing a marsh hold. Interesting. This is very brave on the Soviet front, but it does look like it is their more basic infantry holding that front. And we are not seeing any forts on the line just yet. Okay. But yeah, we do have a standard Finland hold too on that side. So not the strongest barb prep just yet. They are probably rushing for it. But yeah, we are seeing maybe a stronger Axis than the Soviets right now. So we'll see. I could be eating my shoes with that or whatever. Eating my tongue.
Eating your hat.
Eating my hat. That's it. I was eating something. But yeah, we will see. We'll take a look at the templates. Pretty decent stats for the Soviets. We'll check doctrine because sometimes they do not go. Yeah, so they went right mobile warfare and they are nearly done that. So they do have the armor guys, and then we will check the tank, mechanized, and then it looks like improved tank designer. And this is the variant, looking like tank destroyers going on the heavy tank side. I don't know if this is the best choice for the gun, especially with the TD. You do have the better heavy gun, but we'll see how that goes. And just one question I always have is, did they? Yes. So the Soviets have built air, and they're called "You are done."
You're done for.
So they have Soviets have 80 factories on air. So this is kind of explaining why their land forces are a little bit more on the weak side. The Axis has been doing a lot of exchanges, so I don't know what their air force is looking like at the moment. So we're seeing 1,000 casts from Germany. They may have lend-leased to an air controller. So we're seeing 3,500 fighters from Hungary. So it looks like Hungary will be doing most of the fighting. And then Italy, of course, did have some planes as well, but not a whole lot, just the bombers and the strategic bombers. So yeah, I'm just going to double check that there are not any more on any of the other ones. Yeah, so nothing from Romania and nothing from just a little bit of transport planes from Bulgaria, but I think the Soviets probably have more air. Yeah, they are challenging their air with 500 in reserve, but 29. So yeah, it's just Soviets alone have pretty close to even air. We know that they are the British design, so they have been sort of keeping up with their exchanges. Quite expensive, but it is the much stronger cannons and heavy guns. Hopefully the Axis have actually changed their design since the beginning of the war. But we'll see how that goes. Yeah, we are just getting prepared here for both Barb and Japan. Japan has the opportunity to go South Strike essentially when they want. They're banking their days. They literally could go and do it at any moment here. And as far as Barbarossa, they are doing Barbarossa.
Yep.
And it was canceled. Oh, it was canceled because of the August 1st. So I was mistaken, and the German player was probably mistaken as well. You have to finish it by August 1st. So yeah, okay.
Wow.
So this is a pause from the German player, likely. They may be going up to... The host might just tell them, no, you have to wait a year.
Yeah.
But they probably went up there and said what happened, and then... yeah, so we may see a year prep for Barb from the Soviets, which will give them a stronger defense. But we'll also see more tanks and more equipment from the Axis side, so we will see a bigger Barb, unless somehow the host decides to overturn that ruling and let them go, but we will see. We might have a year lull in the war, because if the Axis are not going into Barb, maybe Japan doesn't want to go.
Maybe.
I don't know. We'll see, because yeah, they may try for another Africa attempt. I'm not too sure. Well, it's been exciting, that's for sure.
Oh, it's very much so.
We can take a look at the air map mode, see if there's anywhere they're fighting. Not really seeing too much. No, yeah, nothing in the east. Looks like we got some bombing attempts from Italy. Probably just trying to catch some ships off or something like that. Yeah, and we haven't actually seen any major naval battles, just exchanges between the escorts and the raiders. I may hop up and just double check with the casters on that.
Yeah.
With the Barbarossa ruling.
The casters will watch out when Barb happens.
Hello. Yeah, just a question about the Barbarossa. It was canceled because of August 1st. That's just, they're keeping it like that. There's no...
Pardon?
Barbarossa was canceled, the focus from Germany. Are we just expecting it for next year?
Did they cancel the focus?
Or did
no,
they? Okay.
They have the war goal. They just don't have to declare yet.
Oh, okay. I see. All right. Thank you.
Oh, good.
Just keep an eye on everything.
All right. So they do have the war goal, so they can actually go at any time. Just clarifying that for... Oh, and there it is. Okay, so it wasn't much of a lull.
Oh.
All right. All of the Axis miners are joining here. We've got Operation Barbarossa. Instant naval invasion from Egypt. From Egypt. Okay, another naval invasion in the Africa front.
Oh,
they're-
keep an eye on Africa.
Sure, yeah. I think the main action will be in this here. Yes, so we are seeing them creep up to the marsh line. I'm taking over to the Soviets. There will be a slow push. Yeah, these units are not particularly good. I think this may be to exchange some of their air, to fight their air a little bit, to make them grind. My big concern would be losing a lot of IC early game, and there is Japan kicking it off. Like I said, tag teaming it with the Axis with Operation Barbarossa is the best time to do it, so that they are divided their attention to keep the Allies from naval invading and doing a D-Day on the Germans. We are paused. Yes, because India, the Raj does have to be into the war. Probably a few other things. I just want to double check. It looks like they are focusing on Singapore. We will probably, yeah. If you want to take a look, keep an eye on Asia and look for big battles, naval battles, and see how the invasions go. I'll keep an eye on chat for Barbarossa, and we can just occasionally switch over and look at each other's fronts. But yeah, I will scream if anything happens. Yeah, so it looks like... Oh, we have a small encirclement of the Romanian infantry. The Soviets will take that. That's some free noms. And then they encounter the German tanks and decide to go back. Oh. Ooh, German tanks doing quite well. Even though they have no supply.
A little bit of an issue with changing over country right now.
Yeah, it's control and then click on Japan's
Oh,
mainland.
we're paused, that's why.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That would explain everything.
So, Crunch paused. Did the Soviets finish their land doctrine? No, so they do have one more to go. I'll just keep the Soviet perspective up, chat. The exchanges are looking a little bit less favorable. So the exchanges are good, but the amount of air is less favorable for the Soviets. And here we see the marsh hold. A little risky, just because this stuff can get encircled. Like we're seeing 3 units here might get encircled. So the Soviets do have to spend a lot of time pulling this out. It does give them time to do more damage, slow them down. Ooh, we are seeing a little bit of an extension here from the Axis. And it's a lot of pause micro. What's going on here? What is going on here? A lot of pause micro.
Yeah.
Surely there are not that many units moving. Like, you wait till the Soviets push.
Take a short intermission in the meantime.
Yeah, so like I said here, there is a small encirclement, and this is sort of what you're worried about. U.S. losing a lot of convoys in the east, in the eastern area in Asia. We are still paused though. Japan convoys in the English Channel. Interesting. So are we trading? Why are we? Yeah, so we're seeing some iron from Manchuria. We're seeing Soviet rubber, and of course aluminum from Japan, or so from Germany. Interesting. Okay. So once the Barbarossa happens, they don't really have a logical trade path, do they? I don't know if this middle bit counts. So I think they end up having to convoy all the trade. Oh, and we are unpaused.
Oh,
okay. Soviets are holding around Kiev.
I'm unpaused.
And it looks like they are slowly retreating out of the marshes. Slowly losing the marshes too. The counter push is not particularly going well for the Soviets. It looks like... Yeah, so Germany just really needs to hold and maintain their supply. Yeah, another encirclement of that low-quality infantry. I mean, it's... Okay, and Riga's holding. They are holding the river line in the north. Like I said, I don't know if they have enough infantry, if the Soviets have enough infantry for this. And if they lose too much in the marshes here, it's not going to be good for them. I'm concerned. Oh, are we seeing a Brab trap? We are seeing a massive push in the south here, in Ukraine, near Kiev. The Romanians are kind of reacting, but not completely. One more tile away. Oh, and we got the Katyushas attacking, pushing the tanks back. Potential for an encirclement. Oh no, Soviets, you got a pin. Oh, that is 2 Soviets tanks attacked, encircled. Oh, and they're out. They are out. Oh, it's their counter. Now we have 6 in Soviets. Okay, I can barely talk. 6 Soviets nearly encircled. They need to get this out of here. That was a good thought. 2 encircled, nothing down yet. And 2 dead. 2 Soviet tanks dead. We're moving back. It looks like the Soviets will probably get their 4 out here. Yes. But, okay. That was something that was almost a nice little Brab trap, but they just didn't have the infantry to follow up. They didn't have enough support following up, and they ended up overextending and losing 2 tank divisions from the Soviets there. North is still holding quite a bit, but it looks like, yeah, they are holding their stuff back. But those Bulgarian Katyushas, though, coming in and saving the day for Romania, who had a lot of infantry that was kind of sitting there. That's one thing that I always say is like, don't really extend past Kiev. That's a little bit of a trap area. You wanna get Kiev before you push in and try to get the river crossing. And keeping the line a little bit more north-south than normal, or than what we had just seen there. It looks like the Soviets are pulling out their infantry from the marshes slowly but surely. Yeah. But two Soviet tanks down in the opening moves of Barbarossa. And we are pausing once again. It looks like Japan had landed on Singapore, did they?
Yeah, it did. I was gonna tell you about that, but things were really heating up.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah. It looks like they may not get it. This might be a hold for the Allies. We'll have to see. But main Japanese Navy, 400 wide. I want to see if you see this battle, this 400 ships battle, please scream. Even if I'm screaming. Be like that the battle is happening. We need to see this because 400 ships is gonna have horrible positioning, but you have so many ships in there that it might not matter. Okay, so we are unpaused. I will move back to Barb. Yes, okay, and we are seeing a little bit of a retreat from the marsh tiles. The Soviets do need to spread them out a little bit, because they may get some encircled here. I bet you the Soviet casualties are a little bit higher. Yeah, so 400 lost from the Soviets. and 100 from the Germans lost to them. So kind of a 4-to-1 ratio so far. Not the worst when they have Operation Barbarossa, but we might see 14 here encircled, potentially. Minsk is holding, although it is all plains tiles behind it, so it's a little dangerous for the Soviets. Okay, well, they have their process, and it is keeping them down. That is Iraq capitulated and annexed.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Kingdom of Siam is also fighting the UK.
Yes. Yeah, they are in the Greater East
They are pushing.
Asian.
They are pushing. Oh,
Nice. Okay, so they are pushing into Singapore a little bit. It looks like we've got some Japanese Marines. Yeah. Oh, is this a Oh, it looks like maybe a teleport from the UK. They are on a tile that's not claimed. So hopefully I wonder if that's the reason for the pause, but we missed the actual teleport, but you can see, if you look at Siam, there is a UK unit that's in Siam's territory. Usually that happens from retreating into the wrong spot, which could have been a mistake, could have been a bug, could have been something else. Let's look at this here. Yeah, we have big. All right. Yes. So like I said, yes. So all these plains tiles here for the Soviets are a little bit of a danger. This is what I was talking about when behind Minsk. If this gets opened, they could get cut off. It looks like they are doing a little bit of a retreat. The Bulgarian player was a little risky with their Katyushas, but I think it it panned out. Soviets trying to counter this. Double combat south of Kiev, not always good. Looks like they are slowly losing the marsh tiles there. I think this might be a bit of a...
Japan has been pushed out.
Oh, Japan has been pushed out of the... Okay, yeah. Yeah, that is good to know. Yeah, that naval invasion did fail, but... Yeah, keep an eye on for naval battles. So you see that big one going, I want to hear about it. Okay, so Soviets are holding out the river. Oh, it does look like we have potential here at the river crossing with the Romanian Marines. They may get across. We did see a red bubble there for a second. We have a massive air force here. Big exchanges in the south. With the slight advantage to the Axis. Novgorod and Finland are holding. Belarus seeing pretty even exchanges, and that's kind of what I was expecting actually from the Soviet side, because they did kind of match the Axis in air production. Yeah. So it's very interesting. Yeah, both yellow air, fairly even exchanges. Slightly favoring... I mean, it doesn't... Yeah, one region favors one side, one region favors the other. Only time will tell on that. I think the front has stabilized a little bit. Let's talk about Japan a little bit. How are we doing? So Siam is stalled a little bit. They've moved up to the Raj front. We are seeing a weaker Raj than we did last week, or yesterday. But yeah, it looks like Japanese Navy is coming out on top. They are definitely favoring these exchanges in terms of the Navy. Yeah, there goes the Dutch East Indies, and Australia lost some divisions. Another problem, though, with the massive Japanese Navy is fuel.
Oh,
right?
most definitely.
like if you look at their fuel, they really can't move it out too often. And their maximum Navy consumption is 74,000, and they only have 5 per day. So for every day they have the Navy out, they have to wait a week to build it up. Yeah, so we'll see how that pans out for them. Hopefully they've built refineries in their states. They are getting 5K from trade, it looks like. And some storage from Manchuria. Just the silos, though. Oh, and a little bit of synthetic refinery, but I think that comes from their focus tree. Okay. Yeah, Manchuria is sitting on a reserve, a pool of 3 million, and hopefully they trade that. I'm going to tag back to the Soviets. Oh, they pushed through. They've got across the river, and the Axis have Kiev, and they are pushing across. This is really bad for the Soviets. They've lost all of their supply in the center, and they're holding the marshes in the north. Hopefully they can shuffle some of those units down. That is 3 tanks. Nope. Nothing yet major encircled, but Soviet very much on the back front. There and the Germans are pushing in the wintertime. I have to double check this. Their barb bonus will end. They don't have a barb bonus. Because they didn't do their focus tree, they don't have their barb bonus, and they are still pushing. The Axis are still pushing in the center. Red air over Ukraine for the Soviets, so green air for Axis. A massive push here. And the counterattack is not looking good at all. If they take Gomel, this is supply for most of the region here. And of course, supply is cut off for these 2 areas here. It has to come down this river. All of these units on the marshes are very much in danger. They need to pull them out, reorg, get them into a better position. You're already seeing small pockets of 2 infantry here. Yeah, this is not looking super hot. Oh, another counterattack in Vitebsk. Maybe, are they pushing in the north? Are they pushing in the north to slow them down, to maybe draw their attention? They are, Bulgarians are across the river in the south. Looks like they may have to fall back a little bit. Yeah, Soviets falling back out of Kherson. They are trying to get out of that pocket. That potential pocket. A small encirclement opportunity for the Soviets in the north. But it is not stopping the Bulgarians.
No.
Okay, well, the Soviets are trying to pull back and spread out. Okay, we are seeing a retreat onto Crimea. A couple divisions lost there in Kherson. A small encirclement in the north by the Soviets on Germany. Okay, we are seeing big shuffle with the German tanks pushing in the center, and they are pushing up and north to cut off maybe Gomel and areas. The pings are coming in from the Soviets. Oh, and the Bulgarians are across onto Crimea. Oh, wow. This is Sevastopol, Indaja, and Yalta, and they're trying to retreat out of this too. My. Oh, this is Crimea down too.
This is interesting.
Yeah, I don't think... Oh, the Bulgarians have pulled back. Yes, maybe they don't have the supply in this area, so they don't want to risk it. Okay. A slow center push now. We have the ping. Yes, they are pinging Crimea because they are seeing it. Oh, yeah, Soviets are doing a bit of a counter in the center. Do the Germans see it? The Germans have yet to see it. They're sitting on low supply in the just south of Gomel. And oh man, the Soviet counterattack. Can they widen this? Nope. It looks like the Romanians are going to hold it there. Yeah, so the Soviets are pulling out of Kursk. They should be keeping something on Krasnir there at the strait, but it doesn't look like they are. Probably all hands panic on the Soviet side.
Oh yeah, I can only imagine what's going on in that voice channel.
Yes. Okay, so it's we've seen the front stabilize just a little bit. They are trying to counter push down here in Crimea. Very slow to react. German tanks are coming down, though. All right. Oh, and yes, we see a bit of a pincer. We see what the Soviets are trying to do. Will they get these 3 Romanian Marines? They might get them in time. Just tiles passing back and forth, back and forth. Oh, and yeah. Oh, and it's a German tank encircled. Are we seeing some squishes? Can we see some squishes?
Oh, squishes.
Squishes? Oh, Romanians are trying to get them out, and yeah, those are gone. Completely gone. All right, Soviets are doing the counterattack push to the river line. Their hope is Kiev. A couple more Romanian infantry divisions here. Because the Germans had shuffled down a little bit, they are in the south with the Bulgarian Katyushas, which have constantly been out of supply, the Bulgarian Katyushas. Yeah, Soviets are cleaning up those infantry pockets. Just tiles going back and forth in the center near Kiev. And it looks like the river is holding for the south on the Axis side. Anything interesting happening in Asia?
Oh, pan back there. I was...
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, we are seeing... the Bulgarian Katyusha is very good against the infantry. They are just mowing them down. And the Soviets don't... Yeah, the Soviets do need to move their tanks out. If they didn't do that, the south could have been quite dangerous for them. Yeah, I don't know. The longer the Soviets hold this, though, the stronger they do get. They are probably working through their focus tree stuff. Yeah, they've done desperate messages already, so they're waiting for that focus that to end on their in September 42, and then they can take their next focuses. So they'll get better stats, have get rid of all these penalties. Yeah, tiles going back and forth. The line is getting longer though, and this kind of they're across the strait. The Romanians got across Crimea to Krasnodar. Yeah, the Soviets only have their weakest infantry down there, so we'll see. I mean, Baku is threatened. All of the Soviet oil, they could make a massive push there. Whether or not they want to risk it, that is up for debate, maybe. Interesting play from the Japanese. They haven't taken Philippines. America's sitting on 400 convoys, though, because they have been getting raided a lot. Yeah. Okay. Just needed to look at that very quickly, but... I don't know what that is. Soviets have pinged a naval combat. I don't know who it is. It's not showing me, but there is some sort of combat going on. Yeah, there may be some rule breaking here, so it might be a foreign navy of some sort. Is it maybe the Japanese navy? Whose navy is that? It won't tell me. Turkey's maybe? No? I don't know who got in. It doesn't look like the strait is blocked from the Montreux, but yeah. All right, so I'm not too sure why we're paused, but
Yep.
We do have an opportunity to look around. I want to look at the Japanese Navy. I hope they come down and talk about a hot join if they are hot joining, but okay. So big production from lots of convoys going out, lots of destroyers. It's a smart strategy for ensuring that you have a lot of convoy escorts doing the destroyer sides. You don't get the best stats out of IC. You do want to either build carriers or heavy cruisers in this. This is a vanilla like mod, so carriers are the essentially the best bang for your buck. But yeah, doing the destroyer route though, you can pump out a lot of them. They have the 36 hull, so you get a lot of them out, and you put usually torpedoes. Yep, so they have the level 3 torpedoes. Yeah, and then you get a lot of torpedo attack on them, and you're kind of hoping that their positioning is low, so that their screening efficiency is low, so you can get through the lines and actually do heavy damage to them. When you have a stack though of like 400, I think this is a little too high. This is one of the reasons why I want to see what this battle looks like. Typically, you don't want to stack that many units into one tile, but I guess if you have 200 destroyers, like you know, maybe you can outproduce the modifiers, you know. So we'll see how that goes. Again, I'm not too sure why we're paused, but I'm just gonna stay on a production just in case. Oh, yeah, we are unpaused now.
Okay.
I did notice there for a second that Romania is sitting on 0 manpower, so their Marines might not be the best yet. So it looks like Soviets have their infantry cycling into that one tile because it's on garrison orders. Yeah, we do see. I did see the Bulgarian Katyushas. The Soviets may have seen it too. For a second, moving down to Kursk. Yeah, here comes the Katyushas. They are going to make mince of this. Assuming they're not crossing a river into a marsh. Still doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The modifiers matter not. You're going to see some crushing. They attack with low org, and they still get across. Yeah, they're knocking them out. Okay. Let's see here. Some more pushing from the Germans in the center. Probably trying to cut off their supply. That river there. There is nothing in terms of a supply zone there. It's Gomel is the place to attack. So probably just positioning for that. Okay. So the Soviets did seem to get a couple units across.
Oh wow.
Down there in the south. I'm just gonna quickly look at the
There is a lot of Navy activity down here.
In Japan?
Yes.
Okay, we will tag over here in a second.
Oh.
All right, so this is the Bulgarian units for anyone who's curious. Okay, Japan. Yes, they're in a battle. They're in a battle. Big battle. Big battle. Big battle near Singapore. Okay, here it is. It looks like it might be even. If for some reason we have the Dutch East Indies as the admiral. Lots of units going down. Oh my God, this is it. This is the battle. Look at that torpedo stack. We're talking about 45,000 from the Japanese side, and they are taking out the American Navy is going down here. Oh my God, 62 destroyers lost. And like I said, the positioning is quite low. You know, screening efficiency is low. They just have way too many, and that is the battle over. Okay, big damage done on both sides. I think that was favoring the Japanese side. Yeah, I think. I mean, look at those numbers. Look at those numbers, guys. Come on, 14 heavy cruisers lost. We got 160 destroyers lost and 3 battleships from the Americans. That is going to be hard to come back for the American Navy. Wow, I bet you the Japanese player is very happy with themselves right now.
Yeah,
very happy with themselves. Yeah, and they lost surprisingly few destroyers, only 65. Losing the one battleship, of course, not very great, and you know, but yeah, the numbers are in favor of the Japanese. That is very much a Japanese victory there. Okay, well, we're down to 600 ships for the Japanese, but let's take over to America. America is on 240 ships now. It's going to be very hard to come back from. They are, of course, repairing their main fleet. It's not looking good for them. So I guess torpedoes are still very good in this. As much as the developers in Hoi 4 have tried to nerf torpedoes, it is still a very viable strategy. We are seeing the Germans pushing in the south along with Bulgarians.
My apologies for the excitement. I changed scenes momentarily.
Oh yeah, no worries. Hopefully the chat got to hear all that.
Oh yeah.
I'm glad that we caught that. I'm very glad that we caught that. So that was the play for the navies. Japan should have.
You told me to keep an eye on it, so
yes, thank you,
there
thank
I
you.
was.
Japan should have free reign now. They should be able to essentially attack whatever they want in that area. Like Australia's threatened, Dutch East Indies. Whether or not they capitalized on that, yeah, we have 3 units encircled from the Soviets, and just a strong push from Germany all through these plain tiles. Oh, and they managed to get one of their infantry out just in time. Yeah, these Katyushas are very good. I like when Bulgaria does the mech Katyusha play. You get a lot of good stats and does very well against infantry. Yeah, Finland front is looking. Yeah, go ahead.
There's nothing gonna be able to stop them now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Kingdom of Siam is making a big play.
Are they making a big play?
Big
Yes.
move. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, like I called it. Yeah. So they are going to be, the allies should be, yeah. So they're starting to attrition because they're getting raided, and then so now they're making the big play for Siam. That'll be the rubber from the allies. Once they lose their rubber, they're not going to be able to build as much in terms of air force, and that gives the Axis time to catch up. Yeah, and then the counter to that is the allies have to build refiners, which slows everything else down. So Axis coming out pretty strong in this game. Certainly stronger than we've seen last time. It's not a complete sweep of the Soviets or anything like that, but yeah, we will see. We'll see if they can come back, what D-Day might look like. Yeah. Again, slow push by the Germans. Slow and methodical. Let's take a look at casualties. Soviets have lost 1.5 million in this, to 500,000 German losses. Romania has done a lot. Yeah, so the Romania also has lost 500,000, which that 500,000 from Romania, it hurts a lot more than it does to Germany. Yeah, not so much from the Allies, of course, because the African campaigns are smaller. Let's take a look at Japan's casualties. 200,000.
And they've taken Singapore.
Oh, and they've taken Singapore. Well done, Japan. Troop convoys are being caught. Yes. Yeah, oh, a lot of casualties that Japan will be getting right now. You can see them tick up. The Australian casualties are going up from big numbers. Tens of thousands are being lost right now, just trying to ferry across to get to Java or retreat. Yeah, this is the only way to watch, but freight convoys, and I think that might be it. 54 convoys sunk of Australia, and those are all troop convoys too. You hate to see it, folks, or you love to see it, depending on who you're cheering for. But yeah, the Allied defense in Asia is going to be brought down. It's just a matter of times for the Condor ratings. We're seeing Australian units are very heavily attritioning in Sumatra right now. And are they? Yeah, so we'll have to see. We'll have to see how it goes. But Japan has really big opportunity now to make this map look very white. Change the color, do some map painting. A lot of things not defended well, and no navy to defend it, or very not the navy they need to defend it.
Nope.
All right, Soviet front has stalled a little bit. We've got some pings. What is they are looking at Finland, of course. Oh, something interesting here in play from the Soviets. Will they have the efficiency? So there is no challenge from the Axis, so they will be able to get supremacy if they do it correctly. There might be a landing on Finland.
Oh.
Yeah, it looks like the Soviets are setting
looks
something
like
up.
They are going to.
Whether or not this will be enough to cap them, they do need quite a few VPs. I think they do need the stuff in the north too. So if they do it with a combination of a push in the south, there might be a Finland cap here. We'll have to see. The second they do go, you know that the Germans will be pushing. Okay. Okay, nothing yet. What is the units that they're on? They're on these ones here. Waiting for the push. Oh, so a slight push from... Yes, tanks are moving in. And there goes the naval invasion for Helsinki. Okay, yeah. Soviets are pushing with their tanks too in the west. The French units are shuffling. There's French units in... Okay. Vichy France is trying to get to the border to help out the Finnish, but their capital is down. Vasa is now the new capital. Soviets are moving in. And nothing has been caught. Nothing has been stopped. It looks like Turku, the invasion wasn't set up just correctly, so they do still have that one port. And where are all the Finnish units? The Finnish units are mostly in the east. Okay, we got to zoom out. Of course, the Germans will be doing an extraction. Once they see that Finland is losing, they're going to make their biggest push there to try to get the micro off of Finland. But Finland is going down.
Ooh, yeah.
Couple more VPs. And Finland could be out of this. Yeah, they are down to 36% victory points. It's just a few stuff in the center there with the forests. And can the Soviets hold the south or the center long enough to cap out Finland and bring all those units down? Because a lot of tanks are being held up in the north. Finland, of course, on no manpower. Yeah, the Soviets are moving some of it down from the north side. And it's just a matter of pushing at this point. And there's just not enough micro from the Soviet side in Finland to capitalize on this. I think they're very much distracted on the center. And, yeah. Oh, yeah. And Finland calls in the French state. Yeah, Soviets are pushing for Sala. Okay, there's a single stack of 6 units here being cycled by Vichy. We had just a little bit more micro from the Soviets. This could be very, very bad for Finland. They may hold, yeah, they have gotten their capital back. Yeah. Let's see here. Japan still not setting too much up. They're just doing raiding, doing their damage, doing their distractions, but they could be taking out more of the Allied rubber. They could be doing a little bit more on that side. Looks like they grabbed, Soviets got Helsinki back, and a slight encirclement of 3 units.
Oh,
Whether or not they can capitalize on that. The Finnish are not in a great spot.
No. Zoom out, let's take a wider look.
Yeah. So just a lot of snaking going along. It's going to come down to a few VPs. Finland has a lot of tiles, and those tiles can add up. And their capitals are, like, Helsinki's probably the biggest one, worth 15, right? So it's not like you've got a 50 stack. So you've got 1 here, you got 3 over here, you've got 1, I think in Vasa somewhere
4,
up here.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, it's not, they don't have a whole lot of VPs, so
Squished.
it's there. Oh yes, yeah, you were calling off the squishing there in the middle. Yeah. Did catch that in the last second. All right, Finland is almost dead here.
Yeah.
And Gomel is being attacked in the center in the Soviets. That is a massive, massive supply hub for them. Can they hold it? It's not looking great for the Soviets. I think the Germans may take. There could be a big encirclement in the center here very soon. As we say that, Finland could be going down.
I think.
It's a matter of tiles. It's just a mere matter of marching for the Soviets. They just need to get in. Okay, they've lost Gomel, and of course they are pulling out of the marshes here. This line is essentially untenable at this point. So, yes, it's going to be much closer to Moscow, the next line. Yeah, the Soviets do need that. They need Finland to fall. They need Finland to fall just so they can get all this stuff back. If only they had the time for the tiles. If only they had microed a little bit more. Oh, and this is no, it is not a victory point. It is just their capital on a random tile.
Yep.
Yeah, they just need a little bit more in the east or in the west.
Oh, 2.
We got an encirclement. Yes, we got a encirclement there from Soviets. Okay, yeah, and we got the Katyushas doing some damage in the Soviet center. Yeah, they are finally pulling everything out. It is definitely time, guys. You know that is untenable. Soviet tanks pushing in the north in Finland. This might be it, folks. This might be it. They just need to take Vasa and a few more in the center here. I'm sitting here wishing I could click. Yeah, okay. So we are sitting on a pause from Red Army NL.
Okay.
Who is, I'm trying to remember who that player was. I'm not too sure, but yeah, we are on pause anyways. Finland is so close to capping. Okay, and we have the Spanish tanks here now. Okay, this things are going to change. We have 6 Spanish tanks. 6 Spanish tanks, but no supply. So the supply does matter. He cannot move more than 2 tiles from Vasa, from a port. And he's already, well, I mean, if you're stacking 5 tanks on 1 tile, it might be a little bit your fault. Yeah, here we come with the split. That's fine. Maybe they'll get a little bit more supply in. Let me click Finland. Yeah, only 8 supply coming from that port, and likely not too much more. And the naval invasion, we got lots of enemy air superiority.
Oh, we have seen.
Okay, so this is probably it.
Encirclement, I think.
Where's the encirclement? Sorry. Oh yes, a big encirclement in the center. Yeah. We did call this. That is 23 infantry units, and it's not their weak units. These are the expensive ones with the tanks and the artillery. Oh, and the Katyushas are making work of them. Oh my. Okay, so this is so close. Finland is like on the verge of collapsing here. We're talking about 2-3 tiles away. 2-3 tiles. Did the Spanish, are they? Yeah, they can pull it. They have the north. Okay, another encirclement there. I want to make sure there is the Finnish dead, so they can move everything down there now, with the exception of some garrison ports. Let's watch the squishing happening. The center's not looking super hot for the Soviets. Oh, and two Soviet tanks in the south being encircled. I don't think they're getting those out. That is so much more. I see 1 down. Oh, and they got 1 out. They got 1 out just in time. Oh my. That's amazing. 18 units of infantry going down. Let's look at the IC cost for those. Those are around 1,500. And for the tanks, the 2 lost tanks, we were looking at a 9,000 IC from that tank that lost, and 18 units of, sorry, it was 23 units of 1,500. So that is just a lot of IC that the Soviets lost. Wow. But in exchange, they did get Finland there for a second. Hopefully they will be moving all their stuff down, cleaning up the north, and then moving their units. How's Asia looking? We've got an invasion of some Sumatra right now, and some potential stuff towards the US. Still going. And it looks like Japan has caught some, looks like Dutch East Indies infantry.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there goes the Allied rubber in Java. Just so the folks at home know, this is the resource map. So 150 of the rubber is there. We've got another 150 there. Nearly 400 in Singapore. And then, of course, the Allies have another 100 here. Essentially, once they lose these islands, that's rubber production very low for the Allies, and it's hard to build air. It's very difficult to build air. And as the Allies, that's one of the big things that you need to do. Yeah. Okay. So Japan is making work of the Allies in Asia. Okay, and center is still slowly being ground down. They're sitting on a lot of plains tiles behind them. I think that the velocity may start to change for the Axis. Soviets may get pushed back even further still. It is a long line, though, which kind of favors the Soviets with their size there. And if they can kind of sort out what they're doing in the north here, they've got way too many units sitting idle, moving around. Yeah, they are finally moving these tanks down. Yeah, that's what they need to sort out. And how are we doing for air exchanges? So, still at 4,000 air wings deployed. Soviets are still keeping ahead of it. And then for it was the Hungarians have the fighters for the Axis. So the Hungarians, oh yeah, they have 48 air wings or 78 air wings, double the size of this Soviet Air Force here. Okay. So the front is slowing down. We've got Japan taking out some of the main islands in Indonesia, but ignoring the Philippines completely. Do we have anything happening in terms of a D-Day, which we completely missed last time? Allies are sitting in for in the UK, potentially maybe doing an Africa campaign. We'll have to see how that goes. Tag back to the Soviets. Yes, so German and the Axis miners are still pushing in the south, in the center, sort of in that region. They're maybe about to get Kursk. We've got a couple more supply hubs, and then it falls back to the next river line. So if you look at Kursk in sort of the center, and then there's another supply hub just south of that. If the Soviets lose those, the next holding spot is that river line with the forests. Because you can't sit on those plain tiles.
Nope.
Certainly not with infantry. You can sit there with tanks and click back and forth, but... And yeah, they are slowly pushing them back.
Yeah.
Soviets on the back foot here. Let's take a look. I'm going to bring up the air region for Central Russia. And we will take a look at some of these battles for stats. You guys should see some stats here. What is winning. They're red bubbles, but essentially I don't think they're getting enough in these battles. They are out of supply just a little bit, not too much. But even a little out of supply does hurt. Okay, so they are holding. Slow back and forth. As we see, about 1,000 exchanging 2,000. Yeah, Access Cass is doing some work for them. Finland dying though was a big thing for the Soviets. I think that's helped them a little bit. Dangerous naval invasion. That is, of course, in Greece. It looks like, and I think that the Allies are looking to open up the other side of the Africa front. Okay, so it looks like they're holding Rhodes. That is an invasion by the French AI. No Marines, or not French AI. Was it French AI? French player? Yes, French player, but no Marines. So no taking Rhodes today for you. Okay. Yes. Oh, and they have lost Kursk, which is one of the supply hubs in this region. Like I said, so a lot of this is in danger. The Soviets will start to struggle for supply unless they can take it back here. I doubt it with 6 German tanks sitting on the support. We do see a little bit of a push from the Soviets, but not enough. Yeah, just still holding that line as best as they can. Looking at Asia, haven't done too much. Tag Japan. Looks like we may see a push for Sri Lanka, Ceylon, and some of the Indian islands. It may look like Japan is actually gearing up to go for the Raj, and just having a fun old free time destroying Allied convoys. They're just sitting there like collecting their trophies, battle after battle, catching. Even if they're escorting them, they're still getting a lot of convoys there. and a naval invasion or naval combat in Java Seas. Not a big one though. Yeah, I'm just seeing convoy after convoy. And we do have the naval invasion off from the Japanese. It looks like the Sri Lanka will be the first one to go. We got the escort from the massive stack, 379 units. I don't think you will be catching these guys. Yeah. Okay. And of course, convoy rating everything. And does the UK have? UK has a little bit of defense. They are using the birds for the icon, but I don't think the bird icon gives you that much of a bonus. It's only plus 10%. So they probably won't. Yeah, let's see here. It looks like they're land. Did they bounce? Did some of them bounce? Oh, some of these instantly bounced. Okay, Japan. Oh no, the bird icon. See, when you use the bird icon, yeah, those are good stats. You get that extra stats. In Sri Lanka. They are out of supply. Maybe they needed to raid them a little bit longer. But yeah, it doesn't look like the Japanese invasion will be successful here. I think they are going to bounce. Stats are too good for the stuff that's employed there. They do have some ships on low strength, but I don't know if that matters too much if they're not having a massive combat. Yeah, and so their island invasion didn't go off, but we're seeing a lot of exchanges. We got tactical bombers from Japan. A lot of action in the sea. I'm gonna quickly look at Soviets. And they are slowly losing single tile after single tile. It's just a slow grind for the Axis on the Eastern Front. We may see a small encirclement here from the Katyushas. Oh, that could be 2 tanks, and 2 tanks are down. The Soviets are not getting those out. That is a gobble in the Soviet South.
Yep.
Gobble. Okay, yes, the Axis are slowly but surely pushing into the Soviets. I'm just going to look back at Japan for 1 second, see how these battles are going. Yeah, it looks like Straits of Malacca low supply, but that's just their navy going. We had a lot of convoys raided. Okay. Japan. Doing a little bit of work. Axis doing a little bit of work.
Pushed across the river.
Yeah, they did get across the river there. That is a good river to hold. It does kind of open up the south for the Soviets. They are pinging like the planes all the way to Stalingrad. They do need to hold near Stalingrad. If they lose that, that's essentially the entire south is cut off. Everything flows through Stalingrad. So this is a very, very important city for them. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, from where they're standing all the way to Stalingrad is plains tiles. It's plains until you get to here. So they are going to be pushed. We're seeing the massive push from the Axis. In the middle of the winter, 1943, just ticking over. We've got this kind of progress. It's looking fairly historical, you know? We'll see. If the Axis can get Stalingrad, might be the defining moment for the game. Oh, and we have 4 more Soviet tanks encircled here, and they are not getting out. They are not getting out. The Soviets are just losing way too many units to just encirclements here. Yeah, we are watching them helmets fly. And as we see the Stalingrad defense come here, another helmet going. 4 tanks remaining for the Soviets on that tile. And they are not trying to attack them out. That's 2 tanks down. 1, and they're gone. There we go. All right. Well, it looks like the Axis have an open border in the south. Not much being held. GNC, another invasion. Another attempt by the French to take this, but again, I don't think these are Marines. There were Marines in the back there, but they weren't in the battle. Small encirclement, you're right, in the south there. Yeah, so a big problem, though, for the Axis is they will not have too much supply as they approach Stalingrad, so they can't actually push too much in. unless they build a support hub or a supply hub. So we'll see how that goes. Bulgarian Katyusha's doing some work down here with the Romanian Marines, cleaning up this pocket. Yeah, and again, the Bulgarian player just loves to snake. Just loves to snake, take all the tiles. I mean, if they're open, go for them. But it's very risky. It's Oh, and we also have Spain, just spreading out, doing what they want to do here. Oh yeah, and this is the danger. You run in, and then they get caught like this. And if the Soviets have a couple units to pull around, that's a dead Katyusha. You don't want that. All right, yeah. Spain is running down the railway, hoping to get to Grozny. Maybe hoping to back up the Bulgarians here. We'll see how far they get. Soviets do still have their oil. But yeah, north is looking interesting. A lot of Vichy French units. And the French. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, Vichy France is actually an AI. So the AI is actually doing some damage to the Soviets. I'm hearing naval invasions. Upper Baltic. Oh, they're taking all in. This one of the remaining tiles. Oh, and of course we have Japan finally getting around to Borneo, which was an open island, but not that they may have known that. It looks like
desync from
and 7th.
We need.
Make sure you're not black flag, guys. I have to resync for.
Okay. Yeah. Give me a sec. So you opening up production. Okay, I should be good. Hopefully. And doing their things. I just want to double check to see how big their tanks are. Yeah, they are very expensive. 41 with tanks, so losing 10 of those, that's easily 120,000 IC that's pretty much most of Spain's production for the entire game. Okay, so we're seeing a slight attempt to push back, but it's not working well for the Soviets.
Mm-hmm.
And they still don't have a whole lot on the south. It looks like maybe the Soviets are not going to hold it, and they're going to try to hold further north here, maybe along the river up here in Astrakhan and Stalingrad. It will be forfeiting their oil, but it keeps your line from getting too long. So it really comes down to how you want to play it. Japan's still taking Borneo.
Oh, mine's just crashed out.
Okay. Do you want to go up to the refs and let them know that you'll be hot joining? And also come back down and let me know when you're hot joining so that I know.
Where
Yeah,
are
look. It should be the ones above us in the chat. Oh, they're not here. Where are they?
I don't know where they are.
Send Big Smokes a PM or a DM. Lots of action though happening in the Soviets. We've got the Soviet front is looking like. Don't know if they'll have much here to counter. Oh wait, where are all the infantry in the south? Where are all the infantry? Okay, they're a little bit further back. Okay, so they knew to snake, but they didn't want to get too far ahead of themselves. Yeah, the action is in the center for the Soviet Union. Sorry. Yeah, we're seeing slow push by the Germans. Most of the Soviet tanks are just not getting orb quick enough. They're losing too many stats. This is in the battle, but not a lot. A lot of them are being intercepted here. Yeah, I'm just seeing Seeing battles end too quickly. And the counter with infantry, that's not real, or not. Okay, yeah. Yeah, the multiple combat really does hurt, so you do want to avoid that, chat. You do see that if you're moving in multiple tile or multiple directions. You're winning on this front. That's only infantry in there. There is a tank, and when the tanks get in, they've got very low org. Oh, I wonder if their org is just too low. I'm going to take over to the Soviets just to see what they're at. 33? I mean, it's not too bad. I mean, it's on the lower side, but they are just getting kicked out of these tiles way too quick. We're seeing infantry with decent stats, but look at this go down. Do. Loop. Very quick battles. Yeah, the Axis stats are nearly double, though. The Germans. Or, sorry, the Soviets. And we do see a push for Stalingrad, with the Katyushas trying to get across the river. Big stats, even though you have a negative 55 attack penalty across the river. Gosh darn it. that is amazing. Sees western slope is the area to look for the air. One of these times, Bulgaria will get across this river. There's a lot of shuffling happening. Okay, well, that slowed down. Is there going to be encirclement here? 2 tanks caught. 2 Soviet tanks are caught in, and they are not getting them out. Oh, maybe they are. No way.
Pydgin,
Nom. Yep.
Unblock hop on a nation.
It was like, I didn't hear no bell. It's like, okay, bud. All right, we're back.
I'll leave you guys to it. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
All right, chat, we're back. Back at it. We just seen 2 tank divisions die there. 2 Soviet tank divisions, that is. I'm just going to keep an eye on the Eastern Front here. Do you want to let me know if there's anything happening in Asia?
I will do.
Okay. Yeah. So it looks like there might be a small push by the Katyushas to cut off Stalingrad for its supply. It was the wrong pick, but... yeah, if they cut off that railway, then Stalingrad has to get supply through the river. Yeah, just slow, methodical push by the Axis. Oh, are they going for the encirclement? Oh no, they are not going to get it. Oh no. Oh no, for the Soviets. Okay, they did get out. For a second there, it may have been quite dangerous. They are trying. They're certainly trying to get the bites that they need to take. The Soviets do need to do some damage to the Axis. They are just slowly gaining the advantage. Oh, and can we see something here? Katyushas are just so good against the infantry. Even the tanks, the org just dies, just melts down. Slow push here around Roslov and Smolensk. And we are seeing some more units being deployed up to shore up the center and towards Moscow. We have an encirclement. 2 Bulgarian Katyushas. Can they get out? Can they get out? Oh, they are out. And that is... oh, see, that would have been something that the Soviets needed. They need to stop them. They need to stop them here. Yeah, it is just... they couldn't hold them on long enough. And slow methodical push towards Moscow. Tile after tile goes. And Japan is looking... they've got Borneo, they've taken...
yeah, they are working their way through the Dutch East Indies right now.
Okay. Well, they know that they probably don't need to go that ham.
No.
We are seeing Soviet oil has been now captured by Romania, or is in Romanian ham, so it looks like it was captured by the snaking Bulgarians. Oh, and we do have an encirclement. Oh, a couple Katyushas were taken out by a greedy Bulgaria. Oh man, maybe they do not see what's happening here, but the Soviets are coming down. This might be an opportunity for an encirclement for the Soviets. And we are seeing more French units. The French state has been kind of really good for the Axis. Very strong. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, Soviets. Yes, okay, so it looks like, yeah, they will cut them off here. It's not looking great in the south, and it's not looking great in the north either. We will probably see a bit of an encirclement here. And the French state is just cleaning up their tiles for them, even though they don't have a Vichy player. Oh, and that is a tank encircled. Okay, they got it out. Yeah, these snakes are very dangerous. 2 Bulgarian Katyushas down to another one. So Bulgaria's maybe hurting a little bit now. What are they down to? Down to 11 Katyushas. Oops. Don't want to be doing any clicks there for anyone. Okay, but yeah, it looks like the French AI is just gladly walking into these empty tiles. Yeah, and there's a small encirclement. Bulgaria just losing the units. Pretty much the only member to lose any units on the faction in the Barb front, or any major amount of units. Okay, oh, and that's occupation. Finland got some states in the north. Okay. Oh, Finland, they gave Norway to Finland. So they have a little bit of an economy or something. Axis 1 tile away from Moscow. Moscow is open. Okay. Are they going to get pushed off it? That's Moscow taken. Falling. Germans have taken Moscow, folks. That is the linchpin of their supply for the Soviets. The Soviets need a D-Day. They need help badly. They are 2 tiles away from Stalingrad, which is the new capital. Everything in the north in Leningrad, the supply is really messed up because it goes to here, then up a river, and then what? It's just not great in the north for the Soviets. Let me tag over for them. Everything is just going to get into the danger zone up here. Yeah, 15, 15, 15. These are all level 1s. It means it's being choked through probably a river right here. Yeah, not good. Stalingrad does have a really good supply now, but everything up here does not, and we're going to start to see some red icons. Luckily, the Soviets have been slowly pushing their units out, and then here it is. The Germans have seen that there are the line is getting so much more weak. Yeah, and the push past Moscow is happening. We were saying a historical game. Finland died, but it looks like, oh, and we missed it. It looked like maybe a couple infantry were there from the Soviets died. Yeah, Axis did not take Moscow, so this is not looking good for them. Yeah, and like I said, Soviets are starting to attrition in the north.
They have officially got Ceylon.
Ceylon? Oh, okay.
Ceylon, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, good job. Good job, Japan. And still not go for the Philippines. Maybe it's just not worth it. Maybe it's not worth it. Maybe it's some sort of Japan meta that I don't know about. But yeah, let's keep looking at the Soviet front. It's kind of like an all-out collapse almost. We're probably going to see a big pocket in the north. Yeah, and red bubbles everywhere. Let's look at the UK. Yep. I'm not seeing any miners here. There is no D-Day prepared for them. Oh, it looks like Africa. Big push in Africa. All of the allies are in Africa right now. They'll probably take it, but is it going to be enough to distract the Germans? I don't know. I don't think they will win it. They're clearly going to take this here. Maybe they can sweep Africa. Maybe they can get to the soft underbelly. I don't know, but the Soviets are losing territory really quickly. Yeah,
Indies has capitulated too.
There you go,
Yeah,
to
clean
Japan.
that up.
Or to Manchuria. Manchuria has a lot of the states. They're just doing what they can to push. World Ablaze coming out. And a couple more. Another tank and 5 infantry encircled here in the north of Russia. And the Soviets just doing their best to pull out what they got, what they can. Oh yeah, and it is just looking... It is a slaughter, folks. They're trying to shore up their defenses. There is one far line. Oh, I don't know if they can hold it. It is essentially this far river back here. This is where where Russia needs to hold. I don't know if they're setting up for it. They have far fewer units than they did at the start of this game. Basically, they have half of the infantry they did. You know, half of the tanks. It's not looking great.
I'm seeing some shuffling going on.
I'm seeing something very special, but I don't think they'll get it off. It looked like Estonia, they were going to do a meme invasion for Stettin, but unfortunately it is pinned. 3 units there. It looks like it probably won't get out. Is there much fighting happening in Asia? Okay, we are seeing some naval invasions for some islands. Okay. That looks like French Reunion, or sorry, Mauritius in South Indian, and Maldives are going to Siam. And we're seeing some exchanges now that they have Ceylon. Their range is a lot better, so they could kind of land in Africa. They can kind of land in Raj. Like Japan has options now, and with the Soviets not doing six Axis tanks, 8 Axis, 10 Axis tanks. They are going down. Germany just lost so many tanks there. Can they get them out? Can they get them out? So we're looking at 8 more on the tile. The game is paused. Big Smokes paused.
Okay.
Okay. You look away for 1 second to check another front.
Yep.
And things bad happen. I'm gonna just make sure out beyond production, just in case something bad. Some
yeah, it can be. Yep, beyond production.
But we are currently looking at the Soviets losing a tile in less than 1 day, but this. Oh, okay. All right, we are on the Soviets. Game is still paused, so we cannot see the battle. But there it is. There's 6 tanks on the tile. They are going down. They just need to hold. Oh, and they're way out. Okay, that was the Germany had that in the bag. There was some optimism on my part, maybe a little too high. But yeah, Germany did lose a tank division, or a couple tank divisions there, I believe, but certainly didn't lose the full 10 stack. And that is it for Stalingrad. Stalingrad has been taken. They are past the river, pushing into the forest tiles. A couple encirclements here. We've got the Finnish liberation campaign happening right now from a naval invasion, it looks like, or maybe through Leningrad. We've got the Bulgarians pushing up. Yeah, and it looks like this full line in the north is being... yeah, everything is open in the north. This is the Soviets crumbling. The Allies need to be somewhere, and that somewhere is in northern France. The Soviets don't have long in this world. As much as they want to hold, supply is going to be a problem. Yeah. And another thing to check, there are collabs. There's a 30% collaboration government on the Soviet Union, so they don't have to push all the way to the Urals. It's going to be somewhere in these middle things near Kazan. If they get to Kazan, if they get sort of in this area, that is the Soviets capped. So, like I said, Soviets not long for this world. Very, very big supply problems on both sides. But the Axis are pushing. They just want to press their advantage. Going in, I'm sure battle plans, execute, aggressive, get in there. Soviet side seeing some probably pretty rough supply in some areas. Yeah, level 1 railways.
Ooh.
pretty much in everywhere here. And where is their capital? Their capital is probably, yeah, Vladivostok is their capital. So supply has to come from halfway across the planet in order to get here. Yeah, and it is not looking super great. They may be outrunning some tanks here. The Germans may here. I mean, if they had the supply. Yeah, Western Steppe. Yeah, too many tanks in that one area, on those one tiles. This is going to be an overrun soon. Just making sure we're not missing any encirclement opportunities. Yeah, this is the tile to watch. We have a big stack. The Germans are shepherding them into the one area, into the one spot. Sorry, the Romanians are shepherding them into the one tile. Trying to get around them. If they can get around them, that'll be an encirclement. They've only got one tile to go. Can they get the one tile for the massive...
Oh, there is some battles going on in the Arabian Sea.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like some naval battles there. Soviet tanks are just barely getting ahead. Oh, and that's three Soviet tanks dead, outrun by the Romanians. Can they get any more here? Okay, and we are seeing another potential encirclement here up by Gorky. And we're watching the Soviet tanks that were stacked on one tile. 4 Soviet tanks holding Uralisk, which I think is a supply hub. No, it's not. Yeah, their supply is way too far for them. They need to spread out, get away from this area, get to somewhere with supply, but I don't know, man. It looks like about 10 infantry there. We got a lot of naval battles happening in Japan, eh? Wow. A lot of this from the Allied air is hitting subs. Ooh, yes. Japan and Thailand looks like they're setting up for a massive invasion of Raj. You should call that when that happens.
Yeah. I am. I'm
Okay,
keeping a close eye.
All right. Soviets are very close to death, though, here, folks.
I am literally sitting on the edge of my seat over here.
Okay. Cache from the UK. Yeah, Americans are standing on one tile, attritioning. They have nothing set up for North America. They are going to try for Sicily. Sicily is the strongest bit of Italy. They may bounce. It depends on the Allied air here. Okay, and they are off. They are off with the invasions. We've got quite a few Americans with the pork chops. But I'm seeing a lot of red bubbles. A lot of red bubbles here. Force attacking. Hoping to get Sicily. Yeah, the UK is calling it. They do have air supremacy over the Turelian Sea, shooting down quite a few fighters. Italians are noticing, putting up counter. There's a lot of red here, a lot of red, and they are attacking essentially with infantry units with pretty big naval penalties, and that's sort of your problem. What are the onion ducks?
Ooh.
We need to see another battle. Just not enough Marines on the Allied side. So we have some here. Some Marines. It's hard to see with their icons. Oh, game is paused. Game is paused.
Okay.
Mexico has paused it. Is this potentially Allies calling it? I don't know why they would have paused. Okay, Japan's naval invasion is off, it looks like.
Oh.
And that's probably, yeah. Well, we'll have to see, folks. We'll just have to wait for an announcement to see if they're playing it out or if they're going on for a little bit longer here, but... I don't think the Sicilian distraction was enough. Doesn't look like they're pulling much off. I'm not seeing any German tanks being called back. They're very much interested in going forward. And just an excellent hold by the Italians on Sicily.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's been an exciting game.
Oh, so very much so.
Oh, and we're unpaused. We're unpaused.
Oh,
Japan naval invasion. Are they going to succeed? So we've got a lot of Manchurian units. We've got
yeah.
Manchurian units. We had some
Oh, yeah.
paratroops.
Yeah.
Maybe that was about the airports in Raj. Like, because that might be a rule break because you can't paratroop just airports. And I'm seeing the TIE units are not there anymore. Okay, so that did mess up their thing a little bit. But how is the invasion
they
going?
are making land.
Bulgarian mechanized template. I can show that again. So we did show the mechanized template. This is it just for the chatter in chat there. You're going to have to wait 15 minutes. But that's it there.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it with stats. I think this is it for the Soviet Union. Called in Soviet Mongolia, which I think is an AI. Yeah, so it's not really going to be too much help there. Japan is pushing in the Raj. Are they getting any ports though? Ports are what they need. If they don't get ports, the invasion doesn't matter. No, nothing. No ports. It looks like that. Those are all just going to be.
Not yet.
Yeah. So a
potentially.
yeah, potentially, and Madras and Garadrat. Again, a lot of invasions happening without Marines. So there's a Japanese Marine down here, but it didn't take Madras. Yeah, and it's pretty tough to do naval invasions without the Marines. The modifiers are really high. You need so much cast or you need them essentially not to be on the ports. But playing against another player, they're going to garrison their ports. Yeah. Oh yeah, Germans are just snaking in the north. Yeah, there's just nothing to stop them essentially north of this line here. I think by the time they get Perm, Chelyabinsk is a good VP. It's going to be very close here. They're very close to defeat.
Yeah, they were pushed back
small,
out of Madras.
small Romanian encirclement. I don't know if that's going to matter. They're just snaking towards the VPs. Soviets cannot stop them. There's nothing to stop them. They literally just have to walk into the cities. I'm thinking the second they walk into Chelyabinsk, this is Soviets capped. Yep. This is it, folks. We are watching the downfall of the Soviet Union. Yeah. They're looking a couple more cities. 4%. I'm surprised the capitulation or the collab actually hasn't done as much as there's 3%. Where is it? Yeah, they're making them push. I don't know if that's modified from vanilla, but this should be it. This should be it very soon. Everything is encircled for the Soviets. They have no chance of getting out of this.
Mm-hmm.
They're just snaking for the last few VPs.
Squishing.
Yeah, they're. I don't think we'll even get to see the squishes. No. It's just a squishing opportunity, but nothing there. All right, so that's them in Chelyabinsk, which is Tankograd, but 1% to go. 1% to go. Yeah. They needed another couple collabs to get that down, but you know, people don't like playing against fighting against the Soviet Union because you look at how far you got to go. Yeah. Yep. It's just a matter of snaking now. That is the Soviets done and dusted.
Yeah.
Everything else is a squish. I think the Allies are just playing it out to let them have this, but unless the Soviets haven't notified the Allies, they're probably like, oh, and how they're holding. No, I'm sure someone has looked over and someone has talked to them. But World Ablaze taking it here. No chance for for the Allies to come back alone. They definitely do need the Soviet Union in this. And this is it. 1 point to go. 1%. Yeah, and there we are.
Oh, wow.
Well, I think that is GG. We'll probably stick around to maybe talk to the teams a little bit. Unless, I mean, the Allies might want to continue. I don't know if they're probably going to call it here, guys. That's probably it.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to go up. So is that game?
I believe that is. Well, it's a Soviet capture. Yeah, that would be good.
All right.
I am gonna go see.
Do you want to ask if they want to come and talk to the casters for a bit, like any of the main players, or?
Absolutely, we'll do.
Okay. All right, so we'll see if they want to talk or not. All right, so we'll keep we're gonna wait for them for a little bit and see how it goes. And yeah, did you want to try to do the webcam thing while we have time?
Oh yeah. We should do that. Like bring each other up on.
So
On the... Yeah, I can do that. Where is? Let's come out of it for a second. And oh, and
all right, so whenever you got your camera on, I should be
turn
fine.
mine on.
All right, Chad. Did you like this game? Comment below. Who were your favorites? Who were you expecting to win? We did have the Rambler regiment on.
Go. Just let me
on
add
the ally
my
side.
Rambler source.
Hello.
Let's capture.
Ooh. All right, I can see on my screen here now.
Let me just add you in.
Yeah. Yeah, I got some questions for the Japanese player, the Navy.
Okay.
If we get a chance to talk to Bulgaria with those Katyushas.
Definitely.
Who are you thinking MVP?
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know.
We got the big Japanese Navy for one.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Japanese Navy, like
Yeah.
they they were something we did not see coming.
Yeah.
Neither did USA.
Well, yeah. The putting 120 dockyards and then just going ham like that, like it was an interesting strategy, and that one battle really won it for them. So
There we go.
yeah, I think they were a little bit slow on the rubber push though. Like they could have taken. Hello.
Sorry,
Hello?
quickly to answer your request. At least one of the Soviets wanted to have a chat with you guys if you're up
Okay.
to it. And I'm
Oh,
gonna-
definitely.
Yeah, can we pull them in, or do we?
Yeah. I'll pull them in for
Okay.
you. All right, Creep Age.
Hello,
Enjoy.
Creep.
Yeah.
How's it going?
Oh, very good.
So, yeah, tell us about your strat a little bit. I've seen that you guys built air early on.
Strategy, yeah. So we experimented in like the weeks before the game with essentially no air build. So the ultimate
Okay.
road Russia, we would do tanks and just filler in. And we noticed that if we want Russia to have any impact at all, that's just not a thing. Like that's not a good thing to do, because that relies on allies not dying in say Africa, or not lose Africa, not lose the rubber, etc.
Yeah.
I do not want to make that gamble. It has worked twice before, but that was on the games. That was in the games of Alex the Rambler, which much less casual than things like this. So we settled on building air, and since we could use licenses to get those designs, we used that. And I think it worked out pretty well. We could contest air, but if the Allies just, I have to put it very bluntly, refused to do anything at all. If they were, what I heard from the USA co-op, they were bickering about whether going to Europe or Japan for for an entire year while we were dying on the Eastern Front. So that happened. So yeah.
Yeah, I did see that your exchanges quite earlier on, like in the early part of the war, they were about 1-to-1. You guys were kind of holding the river. You did have the marsh hold, with the weaker infantry units there.
We made some 16 whiffs to slow them down.
Yeah, but then after they broke the river there, it was sort of just like tile after tile.
Pretty quickly, which was
and
unexpected.
I did notice that like there were a lot of encirclements. You guys lost a lot of tanks to encirclements, sort of around that period of the time, and then after you lost a lot of your tanks, it was kind of
well, we didn't lose that many tanks. It was the problem that the front line just got really, really long. Of course, we lost 2 tanks here and there, but we mostly got them replaced. I think we
you were replacing them,
everything fell apart. We were at 40 tanks. What was just that our inf was not particularly good.
Yeah,
and we had at some point we had 1 inch per tile, so there was just no point in building it. They could just walk around it. And with Red Arrow, because they were bombing our they started strat bombing. The Italians built strats.
Yeah, I did see that. Yeah,
they destroyed the airfields, which we just had to pull down our air at one point.
That's unfortunate. What did you think about when you guys pushed into Finland?
No, I mean, it was probably the most successful operation of this front.
Yeah.
And yeah, it worked out fine. We had some problems. The Finland player did some really good units. We had problems in the Winter War.
Oh, yeah,
that got sorted out, so yeah.
I don't know if you guys noticed, but you did end up killing 10 Spanish tanks in Finland.
Did we? I was also sniping there. Was one of my corps.
So what happened is they capped and were there.
Oh.
Yeah, so they didn't get them out in time. They didn't recall them, and they just died.
Okay, that's funny though. That's funny.
So you had quite a bit of impact because that would have been 10 tanks on your front, like 10 more Spanish tanks.
Gone, yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. In the end, it was just unfortunate. I think I played the best Russia I could have in this setting and to my ability. But I really don't want to talk about my teammates like this. But the Allies did really not.
Yeah.
Well.
I did mention it a few times that they did need to do a D-Day. They needed to get the Germans distracted a little bit, but it just wasn't happening. I don't know if you also noticed, but the U.S. Navy essentially got completely destroyed by Japan in Asia.
I did not.
Yeah. That was what I was keeping an eye on.
When did it die? When did Japan engaged in like mid-41?
They started the war at the same time as Barbarossa, but it was sort of like about a year afterwards. It was, or maybe 6 months.
Oh, okay.
It was probably after their.
I guess that the USA got engaged during Tora Tora and died. Oh, okay, no, that didn't happen.
And then sort of after that, Japan had free reign of everything, but they just took their time taking the rubber. The Allies could have lost their rubber a lot earlier.
It was a really slow walk.
But I mean, either way, like Japan had a massive navy. We're looking at like 750 ships at one point, 120 dockyards. Yeah. Like that is a big Japan navy.
I didn't look over there. I
know.
Just saw the Japanese ever more slowly creeping towards the East Indies.
All right. Well, you got anything else for us, or?
No. I think I said.
How did you find the competition overall?
Yeah, for my very first really, really competitive game on this grand stage, you could call it. I think I did pretty well for myself. It was a loss, but I think I played well. I had fun.
Yeah.
And I think that's it. Yeah. Thank you for having me, and I'll see you around.
Yeah. No problem. Thank you. All right. Well, I will see. I think that might be it. Anyone who wants to come up. I'm just gonna message. Yeah, I'm just gonna message. Oops. Luckily, that's showing that. Okay. All right, we'll just give it a minute. Maybe someone else will join us, but otherwise, it's been a good game. Seeing some GGs in chat.
Oh yeah, it's been.
Would you like me to find you guys an allied or access member rather?
Yeah, if you want to
Yes,
send someone up,
that would be
it'd be
wonderful.
great.
Okay.
Yeah. I wonder who they're going to send us. I kind of want to talk to the Japanese player, whoever did the name.
Yeah.
Because going the torpedo route, man, it sometimes works out. Hello.
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 Who do we got with us here?
Yeah, I was hungry, so I was. Just doing
Hungry.
it.
Nice.
I have experience because I was watching half the time.
Oh, were you?
Yeah, well, it's with the air. You kind of put it in one air zone. You watch, see if
Right.
you're winning or not, and then you watch to just point out any micro tips to anyone else.
Okay. Were you
I-
allowed to watch? I thought that was against the rules.
No, not on the Twitch stream. Like just
Oh,
watching
okay.
game.
I see. Okay.
I'm not watching the
Thank you
Twitch
for the
stream.
clarification, because I
Yeah, yeah.
I was like, well, hey, by the way, I was cheating.
No, there's a lot of fair play between
Yeah.
us. There was moments that we on
Yeah.
both sides that we thought we were doing, but I think it's just
Yeah.
some things with the game.
So-
Honestly though, the shock in Africa of losing 5 tanks was not the best.
Yeah, we did watch that.
Yeah, we saw that. Good.
That was a bit of a micro issue between us all, but
Yeah, there was a
That's
moment there
fine.
where I thought maybe you guys were going to delay bar because of it. But I guess you guys went into it. But
well, we got to the 1st of August and didn't realize the focus cancelled, so
Yeah.
we just justified and went for it.
yeah, so if you
In-
guys do finish that focus, you get a decent bonus there with the.
You get a bonus
barb.
with it. Oh, I didn't say.
Yeah,
on
you
the
get a
focus
10%
stuff.
attack and I think 5% breakthrough, and you get
We
that for
just-
6 months. So Germany does, right? So it's kind of helpful.
It's helpful for a bit, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, the air was it was interesting, like going throughout the game, because we first thought that the Soviets were going to do a roach build, we're just building air and infantry, and
Yep.
then we saw on like 40 that their whole industry shifted onto tanks.
Yep. We were just talking to
Which
the
is
Soviet
just
player, and
interesting
that
to
was
see.
that was their original plan. They were going to do a roach build, and then I guess a few days ago or something, they had changed their strategy.
Yeah, I could see that because
Yeah.
we had we had the Finnish were about to get a nuke in 2 months.
Oh,
Like,
really?
build it. They had the tech and the reactors. If the
That's-
game lasted a bit longer, we would have nuked somewhere.
So where were the reactors? Were they in Norway then?
I think
Finland
they
didn't
are
have
in
a lot of
Norway
their tech.
originally because
Yeah,
he lost
I
his
bet.
country. We were just going to build it in him, but
That would have been a bit of a meme there.
yeah. Honestly, there's a lot of stuff with the air. Obviously, I was air controller with most. We actually split it down into everyone, so everyone had a different type of air, so the doctrine would fit them best.
Oh,
So
I
then we
see.
Oh.
So
That
basically,
makes sense.
so like
yeah.
I made CAS. Germany had the CAS doctrine and used that. They made the fighters and gave it to me, and I had the fighter doctrine. You know, stuff like that is maximizing
Yeah.
the output from our planes really,
Oh, that makes sense.
which I
yeah.
personally think didn't help too well against the Allies because in Egypt we could only
had-
get about 3,000 fighters to their 6,000,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
you obviously just can't get through that.
And what's funny is if had you guys pushed a little bit further in, their big air zones were right there in
Yeah,
Egypt.
no, I was screaming at them to take the one airfield,
Yeah.
but obviously we had the issue of being naval invaded and
Yep.
5 tanks were lost. It's a miracle we didn't lose all 8, to be honest.
Yeah,
It's
absolutely.
It's completely shocking we didn't lose them all.
There was another
but-
moment where Germany was encircled with 10 tank divisions, and
Oh, was
you
that in
got
Stalingrad?
8 of them out. Yeah, just right past Stalingrad.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I saw that. I was just at that point though the Soviets were in complete collapse, so I don't
Yeah.
think that would have changed it too much. But
I had
Yeah,
to put
overall
in
it's
some cope for the stream, right? So
yeah,
yeah,
it might have lasted longer. Overall, it's a
Yeah.
really good game.
Yeah, you did. Pydgin did hype it up like you can do this.
You can do this.
yeah.
Lost
Don't
4
wanna-
million casualties, has complete red air. You can do this.
you can't be a doomer though, right? You got to make
No.
it seem like
Yeah,
a
you can't be a
good battle all the way to the end.
Fun, it's great. You might want to speak to one of the Japanese players. I'll have
Yeah,
notes of what
absolutely.
happened over there.
We would love to speak.
love to speak
them.
to
Yeah,
Navy, if
probably
possible.
either speak to Buzzard or Melalock. They'll speak to you probably. And honestly, it was a lot of great memes because we didn't realize Romania was so powerful in this mod.
Yeah,
Like
they're quite
Romania
good.
has extra equipment to give away. We've never seen that ever before. I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure at one point the Romanians and Italians were just feeding the Germans guns so we could just spam out tanks
I
after
believe
the
that.
Africa incident. Yeah, but it's great honestly. The strat bombing came in completely amazing. We coordinated the strat bombers between
Yep.
us, bombed the Soviet airfields, and just pushed.
That's one of the things the Soviet player commented about losing their airfields to
Yeah,
the Italian bombers.
There wasn't the Italians. It's my bombers that I sent to the
Or
Italians.
sorry, yeah, it's the Italians doing the bombing though. With
Yeah.
their yeah.
Basically, I just told the Italian player, right, nuke their airfields. I just see in like
Yeah.
2 week in a week 2,000 planes just go down. It's the strat
Yeah.
bombing's amazing. I don't know if
Yep.
you saw at the end with the UK, we managed to bomb 30% of their mills in about a month.
Oh wow.
Right at the end, that was depending on how well the Soviets did. So we just thought we'd just
Yeah.
nuke the UK industry, just go straight for it.
Hmm.
Honestly, the one thing I want to comment on, I don't know how good force attack is, but every single D-Day they were force attacking, which just meant as soon as they landed,
Yeah.
we just clicked them.
So a big problem with that was they didn't actually have that many Marines, and it was another problem with the Japanese player. They were using essentially just basic infantry, and they did like sometimes they didn't even have CAS up in that. So it's like you're not likely not going to land without the Marines, right? So
Yeah,
yeah,
it's just stuff that happens like that.
yeah. I mean, force attack to keep in the battle if you've got the CAS, right? And like maybe you'll land, but I don't
Gas is king.
By that point, I just
I haven't said that all stream.
I know you said it. It was king though, really. It's great. The cast damage in this is like because it's vanilla, it's like insane
Yep.
as well.
Yep.
If you can actually get the cast in the battle and they don't have particularly good AA, it's you
Yep.
blow them to pieces.
Yes, it's very much.
Literally, the strategy was you bomb their airfields, they can't get in the air. Then you just cast them, you push.
Yeah.
It was good. Yeah, but overall, really good game, I think.
Yeah, it sounds like you thoroughly enjoyed.
Yeah, I can't
enjoyed
wait
the
for
game.
the second round. I'm not actually sure who we're up against, but I did thoroughly enjoy that.
You'll find that out next episode of Dragon Ball Z, sir.
There you go.
Oh.
Okay.
I have both the Japans for you if you guys want them.
Oh,
Oh,
that
yeah,
would be
absolutely. Set 'em up.
wonderful.
Yeah, you got eat them. I'll go back.
Lovely chatting with you. Thank you.
Let's see, that's number 1, and that is number 2.
Let's go.
Hello, Japan players.
How's it going?
Hello.
How's it going?
So take us through your Navy build.
So, you want me to explain it, Melanot?
Yeah.
So, our Navy build was actually get a bunch of capital ship like bonuses and attack with advisors and through base strike. Fleet and being.
Mhm.
And then we decided to do heavy cruisers, which are also spec'd into light attack. So a bunch of dual purpose secondary guns and only one heavy gun. So they would just target the screens while being capital ships that can't be pierced by screen.
Mhm.
Was kind of the plan there. And we had about, 100 almost initially? Not even 100, it was like 90 almost.
Yeah. What about the you had the death stack though, right? So you wouldn't have had the perfect screening, but I noticed that there was a lot of destroyers. You had a lot of torpedo destroyers.
That's what we
That
were
was your-
going for, to try to get better screening with that.
Yeah.
So we had like 200, over 200 screening destroyers
Yeah.
by the start of war. By the end, we had like 300, 400.
Yeah. I mean, like once you get the Navy size that big, like you can never get 100%. But
Yeah,
like I did notice that like
that's what we were trying to do. We
Yeah.
were try-
Yeah, we witnessed you sinking the U.S.
The-
Navy, and we were just
Yeah.
like, whoa.
Yeah, we were looking for him. We were wanted to fight him again, but we found out he kind of dipped and didn't want to
Yeah.
fight again.
Yeah. I don't know how much you guys knew, but for most of that, after that naval battle, there was very few allies on any of those islands. It was
Yeah.
kind of all open to you guys. If you had just like
Yeah.
started going everywhere,
Yeah,
like
it was me
octopusing.
who was
Yeah.
focused in on you guys and seeing what you were doing, and I was just
Oh yeah, we
waiting.
were worried. What we were trying to do was get rid of the rubber resources for the allies, and that's why we
Yeah.
went for Ceylon and shit like that. We
Yeah.
were actually going to South Africa next, right as the game was ending. We got naval base.
I saw you were gonna go for that.
We really wanted to get rid of the rubber resources for the allies, and
Yeah.
I think it worked because I'm pretty sure they diverted production for a few months to since.
So what about
But overall-
the Raj invasion there? Were you guys planning to focus on that as well too, or you just
Yeah, we
thinking
wanted
of
to get
bypass?
Raj out, but we didn't know if we could.
Mhm.
So it didn't work out. It didn't pan out, obviously, but
Yeah.
we wanted to give it a shot. If we could get rid of Raj, that would be a huge blow to the allies. And it didn't work out, but we were gonna go to SAF, and SAF didn't work. Probably Australia. We were
Yeah,
just
I
gonna go span out. That was the plan.
Yeah, keep
We
the
got the
allies
main-
busy.
That was the main goal the
Yeah.
whole time. Keep them on their toes, and I think we did that. and made them fight for the resources. That was our main goal the whole time, just fight for resources. And another big thing is that we focused on was submarines and convoy raiding.
Right.
We were focusing down the Raj and everybody else in Malaya. That's actually how I'm pretty sure did most of our casualties to, I think 1 million to Raj, and most of it was convoy raiding.
Wow.
And 400,000
Yeah.
of it was just.
I was witnessing some of
400,000 for
that.
the UK.
It was pretty epic.
We also saw fucking Australia. He went down to service by requirement because he lost 500k dudes after Malaya. He was not a non-issue for the rest of the war after Malaya.
Yeah, that's I did watch you catch all of their troop convoys trying to leave out of Singapore there.
Yeah, we
Caught
sent a lot of things to convoy raid the shit out of them.
Yeah.
Because they overstacked it. We were gonna exploit the shit out of that. That was.
Yep.
They wanted to defend it. It was high risk, high reward, and it was really risky. So.
And so I noticed you guys had no interest in the Philippines.
No, not really. I mean, go ahead, Milan.
Yeah, like there is no rubber. I think like it's I don't know, just land.
I mean, we could do it if they were pressuring us with like bombers there, but there was literally
just
no
weren't.
pressure at all from the U.S. to even worry about it. So we didn't bother.
All right. One thing I did notice though, there was a moment where you guys landed in Raj, and then you took the airports, but then deleted units. Was that a rule thing or?
Yeah, it was a rule thing.
okay.
Siam didn't know about the rule where you
Yeah.
can only use paratroopers to support invasions or
Yeah.
the other thing.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking there.
Problematic sign. Of the game.
No, Siam, a little rambunctious. He's our like bulldog or whatever, man.
Yeah.
Keep him in a cage, don't feed him, and he just goes wild. Same with Manchu. Honestly, another thing, I gotta say, my resource puppets, they were the guys. They're the goats. Honestly,
Okay, yeah.
Manchu carried my resource production and the Axis. Me and Germany were fighting for aluminum from my puppet, dude. He stole
Whoa.
aluminum from me, bro. It was all... we had
Yeah.
to talk afterwards.
I did see for a bit you were trading with the Soviets to get like their rubber out too. So like,
Yeah, we were
I was
trying. We
wondering-
checked to see
Yeah.
because we needed rubber. We only got like 10 rubber out of it, so we stopped the trade. It was
Yeah,
like
sure,
it wasn't good. I knew the Axis were doing good in Europe, so
Mhm.
I didn't mind trading a little bit with this.
No, it was quite late in the game too. I think it was like 42 something, right? So it's not like
Yeah.
it's not like you're boosting early or anything, right? So
Oh, but
Um,
Melanok, if you want to talk about this, it was kind of hairy at the beginning with Singapore with how much they invested into it.
Oh, I thought that we will not break it, but
No.
but then our Imperial Japanese Navy helped us.
yeah.
Oh, it was so beautiful. Our Navy won the battle with the U.S. at the same time as we broke through like the fort line area.
Yeah.
It was just like a typhoon of just destruction. It was amazing.
Yeah, that would have been around the time that like they would have started to lose supply too, right? Because like if they can hold naval, yeah.
So what happened is we won the naval battle, and then we just started convoy raiding the absolute shit out of them, and they started losing supply there, and then we just went in, and we started breaking there, and then they tried to mass retreat out of there, and then we added more ships. We even added, I think Melanok, you can talk about this. Like, what did you add?
Yeah, I used the escort DDs for convoy raiding, guys. I sent it like everything for convoy raiding.
He sent
Yeah.
our destroyers after them. This guy's ruthless.
Yeah, I mean that's what you got to do, right?
Yeah, I mean, it worked.
Yeah, definitely. One last thing for me. So what happened with Siam and the Civil War? Because we had to
Oh.
restart and all that, but something happened.
Yeah.
He didn't read the fine print.
Okay,
Oh.
was there sort of a
And,
noob trap or something, or?
Kind of a new
Right.
trap. So he got kind of thrown onto Siam. He was initially the Italy co-op, but roster shifted around a little, and we gave him a rough guide of Siam, or one of the person who was supposed to be on Siam. Tutug, he was the Italy co-op. I guess he didn't pay attention to that too well, or like what he told me is he misread.
Okay.
Like he needed non-aligned or fascism or whatever, and it just procced a civil war because he didn't get enough
Yeah.
non-aligned or fascism.
That's one thing I don't like about like the vanilla like mods and that. It's like most multiplayer models will like remove that kind of stuff. So it's like if you don't know, like you don't have to worry about it.
Oh, what he
But-
did say it was like isn't his decision tab or something like that. So he
Okay.
didn't notice till too late as
Oh,
well.
right.
He was
Yeah.
like, "Oh shit."
Yeah.
So it was over for him by that point. He was like, it is what it is at that point, you know. I don't really blame him because he was kind of thrown on it, but
Yeah, yeah. No, that's fair. That's it for me. You got anything, Wolf?
So you guys really enjoyed it then?
Oh, yeah, dude.
You saw a lot of action. Like that was my
Oh,
job,
my.
was to keep an eye on what you guys were doing, and
It was.
I was like, are they gonna you go up against? Where are they gonna go next? Because you just walking through all the islands, and yeah.
We were trying to keep like I said. Oh, go ahead, Melon.
Yeah, I thought all the game like we will lose. Like when I saw what is happening in the France, then in the element, I'm like, okay, it's over. And then we somehow came back.
Oh, the Axis and us thought the game was over in Alamein and everything like that. And when we were being held at Singapore, we were like, oh man, it's Jover. It's no way. We're kind of beating Doomer. But we pulled through. We're like, let's try this shit. And it worked out.
Yeah, I'm surprised you guys had that attitude with that Navy. Like I'm like,
I honestly didn't know how good our Navy would be against the Americans. It was really good. Like it was very much good.
It was very good play. It was very good.
All right, folks. You got anything else for us before we head off?
I noticed. What did Australia do after Singapore? I didn't really see them much. Did you guys?
Yeah. So there wasn't really too much. Last time I checked, there wasn't really even in garrisons in Darwin and that. So
yeah, I saw
it was
that,
all
I think,
open
after the game. Like after the game ended, I was like, damn, we could have just went to Australia.
Yep.
I did bring it up at one point that we could have went to Australia, but at that point we were too focused on getting rid of the more important, like threatening Axis miners, like Saf and Raj.
Yeah, I mean, killing Raj would have been obviously way better than getting Australia, but yeah, like I said, it was just kind of open for the taking. Yeah. Yeah. Good job, guys. Congrats on the win.
Congratulations.
Thank you guys. Thank you.
All right. All right. Well, I'm signing off here. It was good casting with you, Wolf.
Yeah.